Oh. What's this? What's this one? Why I got this one? Okay, this one? Oh, TikTok.
Peace, y'all.
Peace, Grand Rising, y'all. Peace, family. Peace. Now I know we got two of them going, so if y'all see us looking the other way,
Peace, y'all.
peace. See what kind of people we gonna have up here today, y'all.
Yeah, I don't know. If you have any questions on the topic, feel free to come up. Peace.
I see y'all, Drew. How you doing today?
What's up, brother? Peace.
Hey, I was just gonna ask you a couple questions. You know, I've been watching, as I told you, I've been doing on the outside. I've seen a lot of, you know, back and forth between you and other brothers and sisters. So the other day I heard you say that the book is sealed, and you know things of that sort. So can you kind of break down what you mean by that? Like break it down, because if you're gonna say the book is sealed, do you use the book itself? When we speak, when I see you using it, like talking to other people, you're using the book that you're saying is sealed to even have verbatim with them to even like talk to them about it. But you saying is sealed.
Okay, but you ever heard the Bible talk about the key to David?
Yes.
Do you think everybody got the keys? Because it's called the master key. So do you think everybody have that key? Or
No.
Or the logic will be Christ will have that key to David. As it says, the key of David will be put on his shoulders. So I'm the one that proclaimed to be Christ, and so I have the key of David. So I can unlock, and what I open can no man shut. What I close can no man open. These are the scriptures to show people the standpoint that I stand on. Now, the only thing somebody can say at the end of the day, I don't believe you Christ. But they don't have logic about their point, because I have proven these things. The only person that can unseal the Bible, because I just don't say the Bible sealed, it's also written that the book is sealed. So because I have proven these things, I have proven every man to be a liar. And the only person that can reveal this truth would be Christ. You see what I'm saying? So when I use the book, I have more validation than any other man that ever picked it up. You know, just by revealing these things.
I see.
You know, so that's why I use the book at the same time, because I actually have the credentials and qualified by God to use the book as it's written. Christ will be the one to unseal it.
So as you walk and on earth right now, basically what you're saying, and you have these day by day planting seeds and bringing light to truth, basically by bringing truth is unsealing as you speak. Is that what you're saying? Like you're doing basically pretty much that's what you're doing.
Correct. And you know, actually the unsealing comes from the manifestation or the fulfillment. That's how you unseal the Bible. You have to fulfill the Bible. You can't teach it because it's a vision. So yeah, the things I do every day unseals the Bible, or loosen the seals. That's what I do. I loosen the seals, and once they're loosened, everybody's mind is open now because it's loose.
So for people that have gotten up to this point, have argued with him, I just want you guys to. I listen. Hey, that's a, you know, I know there might be viewers that ask these questions, so that's why me personally, like I said, I'll be watching. I'm not saying that he's not. It'd be very, very foolish to see signs, like I said before, see the end time signs and not believe in the what you say you read and try to comprehend and understand, have a relationship with the Most High. So just be wise, viewers, and continue to watch, and don't be afraid to ask questions and quick to profess and proclaim out your mouth that it's false. You guys believe a lot of many other lies every day, and you run with it and you don't say it's false. So just be wise in these end times. Peace, brother.
Salute to you, man. Appreciate you coming up. And that's how all brothers should talk to one another. Their brother ain't say he believed in me, he confessed to me, but he came up here humble, meek, asked his questions, received answers, and went on. Why we don't have more men like that? We show you the evil in the world. That's also what our panel do. We show you how people have no self-control, no love, no patience, no humility, no morals. We show this to people. There was a non-believer, and like I said, I don't know if I've spoken to the brother before, but I'm just showing you the meekness he had. Without us agreeing on nothing, just have what? A brotherly love conversation. Hey man, where you coming from? And then that's it. So I just want y'all, those are examples that we also reveal on our panel. We show you how people should come to have a conversation. Lost connection.
Yeah, you came back up. It's right here. Peace.
What's up, Tim?
Here, just to get some more understanding on what you're doing here on this app. That's all. I see it says Teachers of the Bible Hide for Christ. And I just want to get a little bit more insight on what you're doing right now.
Well, I'm not doing nothing on the app, but using the app as a tool. But I'm actually judging the Roman Catholic Church and restoring the Tabernacle of David, which is the melanated government.
Okay. And that's coming out of the black community or all people? Can you elaborate more?
It's Africa. I'm actually going to restore Africa, remove a lot of the foreigners from out of Africa, from taking Africa resources and return them back to us. Africa belonged to us. And this will help us establish governments all over the world that will represent our people.
So you're gonna start with America first, because I think
I'm not
I've
starting.
been it seems like a lot of things we've been taught has been inverted. A lot of things we've been taught in school, a lot of stuff's been tradition. So when you say Africa, I'm starting to realize that Africa's right here in America. You know, some of the oldest pyramids is in Arizona. You know, and they got us thinking that, you know, civilization first started over in the motherland, is what they say, Africa.
Well,
But,
Tim, I just tell you this, brother, man. If you want to take care of America, work on your skills of government. So when I sit on the throne in Africa, I can spread my jurisdiction to give you power in America. See, that's how that works. You know, so we can cut down the argument. If you think this is Africa and this your home, stay here, brother. But the throne is in Ethiopia, brother. There's no throne of David nowhere in America. You can't find it. And if you got the research, just bring it out. Because we brought out our research and we brought out our historical facts. You see what I'm saying? So until you do that, then this throne is the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I hope you caught that. The King of Kings and Lord of Lords. It's the throne. Right now, the Pope is over America. The Pope has jurisdiction over America. All the court systems, all the Supreme Courts, the Pope is over. You see what I'm saying? So we got a throne. I just want to say this part. We got a throne in Africa that labeled King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And it gives jurisdiction that stretches all over the world. We know nothing about it. You see what I'm saying? So
yes, sir.
All the other talk about, well, somebody started at, you know, pyramids, that don't really have nothing to do with our government. But again, so if you want to stay here, brother, man, just work on your politic to your best of your ability. And you can be set up as a governor or a senate or whatever over this land.
I'm more working on myself. I feel like anybody that's, you know, on a mission to, you know, do the things that you're saying you're doing, you definitely got to have a healing within, and you got to definitely heal yourself before you can heal others. So me personally, I'm not trying to change America. I'm just trying to change myself. I just see, you know what I'm saying, just different things, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to religion or when it comes to people holding titles and saying that they're, you know, evangelists, and they're saying they're prophets, and they're saying that they're first or second. I just, you know, try the spirit by the spirit. That's all. Another thing I wanted to ask, how do you feel about what's going over in Palestinian and in Jews? Because in prophecy, it says something about, I'm not sure, I'm not too much of a religious reader anymore, but it says somewhere in prophecy about what's going on now. How do you view what's going on with the Jews and the Pharisees and all, everybody over there going to war and stuff? Like, how is that fulfilling prophecy?
It's the rumors. You're going to have rumors of wars. Like, we ain't seen the war in about, what, 15 years? So, like, you know, when you really talk about the rumors, man, a lot of it is just rumors. The only thing that needs to happen right now is melanated people must come together to bring forth the image of God. That's the news they don't want the world to even think about. You see what I'm saying? Because once that trigger, all nations will pay attention. All nations gonna pay attention when the melanated people come together. And that's why I say this not a hate speech. A lot of people, when you say, man, let's gather black people, you racist. Hell no, they racist. We just trying to take care of our people. And because we have a gift, when we do come together, everybody's gonna watch. And they're gonna stop all wars. It's gonna stop the commotions. It's gonna get rid of the lies. And that's what they don't want us to focus on. So, man, I stopped watching the news 10 years ago. I stopped watching TV 10 years ago, and I never turned it back on. Once I found out what's the most important thing on the face of the earth. And Malcolm X said this best. If we read their newspapers, if we watch their news, it gonna mess us up. And most of the country's community pay attention to media. Man, I haven't watched media, man. And people can tell you who've been around me. We watch TV. Unless we somewhere that has a TV. We don't even have a TV. So, so when it comes to media, brother, man, I'm so far away. I hear about it here and there, but I know it don't have nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us. We have the power to fix it, and that's what they don't want. That's what they don't want the world to know. Damn, the black people can fix it. They don't want nobody. They don't want us to know that. So they got us waiting, voting, trying to help people fix it when we the people that have to fix it. And that's more what I'm on. I'm more spread that. So when it comes, like I say, when it comes to media, I'm one of the last people you can talk to about it.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Just be careful and continue to seek and guide people in the right way. Because as you know, anybody that's coming and uplifting their people and raising their frequency, it doesn't matter if you're a religion or spiritual. They don't like that, and they kill people for doing what you doing and doing what Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. No matter what you're coming preaching or teaching, like a melanated black man doing the things that you're doing, regardless if it's truth or not. So I just want to say, protect yourself and protect your family, because regardless if it's truth or not, man, they don't like what you're doing right now, man, because you're just bringing another, another mind, another sight to somebody else's mind, regardless if it's truth or not. I just want you to protect yourself, brother. That's all.
Will do, brother. Will do, man. Will do.
You have any other questions, Tim?
No, that's it.
All right, thanks for coming up.
All right, appreciate you coming up, brother. Salute to you, man.
You too, brother.
Platforms going, y'all, so kind of bear with us. God still is on talking to another platform. We do got 2 platforms going on. Yaju Judah 3 and Arch Evolution.
What up, Jaju?
What's up? Peace.
Yo, you know what killed me about these people? Like, you come and you try to bring focus on like what we need to be doing, and you got people lined up and they fight and then they fight and then they fighting. If you pay attention, how many popes there been? There been like 3 or 4 of them or something like that. I don't know how much exactly, but nobody had fight nothing that these people were saying. They was going along with it. Now these people showing and you not showing nobody nothing. You just talking to people. These people show what they're capable of, and everybody watch them. You never seen people gather up 400-300 people in line. Let me go put my 2 cents in to show these people why they wrong, but they do it to you. Why? And I get to understand why, because this is the curse that these people have inside of them. Y'all the curse. So y'all see all of y'all that be lining up 300 of y'all to go against y'all own people. The demons inside of y'all, they done let them go inside of y'all. Y'all ate it up. It's inside of y'all. Y'all looking through the lens of it. So y'all just got to understand, man. Y'all the one that's doing this. You know what I'm saying? Y'all not. Why would you fight your own? It wouldn't make any sense. Why would this man gonna come here and tell you that, listen, I'm Christ? Do you understand what he means when he say that? If you don't understand what he means when he say that, then who been Christ before him? Do you know? That's the next question that you need to ask them. Who the one that they call Christ before you said it? Because y'all not fighting nobody. So why y'all want to fight me for? Because I'm coming to y'all bringing y'all understanding and wisdom? Why? Y'all been lost for how long? And nobody there had no problem with being lost. So now when we finally find in our sense, whoever don't have no history of who they are, you got somebody here standing in front of you and telling you, listen, this is who we are. They're going to tell this man that I'm not that. Would it make any sense?
We like wild animals. We caught up in a trap. And when the people go help the ones that's in the trap, they try to, you try to pull a bear trap from a cougar or a lion or something, they'll bite you. And all you trying to do is remove the trap that they can't get out of. But they so wild, and we got so much animals in us. They don't accept the mark of the beast. Now people have pieces. Like you said, them demons in them, and now you a beast. So when we come to remove the trap, you bite us, you attack us, and all we trying to do is remove the bad trap.
Yeah.
That's how our
Now,
people are.
now I know
You know
why
what I'm
you
saying,
so
man?
humble.
That dude wild for that.
Yeah, now I know why you so humble now. You know, I know you want me to tell them because they don't know what they doing. They don't have an understanding of what they doing. Do you understand? Like what they write in the Bible, you got to leave them alone because they don't understand what they doing. I'm like, yo, he just taking them one by one. These people who call him crazy, but he's still being there with you, still trying to make you understand. He's not even getting out of pocket or even getting upset. He just sitting there with you, just trying to talk to you. And you so mad, he telling you, listen, you cannot come here with a full cup. You have to come with an empty cup. They can't get that concept. You were speaking to a girl yesterday, Elena Mitchell or something like that. I'm like, yo. Then she started bringing in the confusion. You just said something. And now he said that, listen, that's what you just said. And she's saying, no, I didn't say that. What? So you see, people, what y'all got to understand is the truth is the most high. And the devil comes with lies. So as soon as you trying to change the whole narrative with a lie, guess what just took you over? See, they don't understand this is how it works. When you engulfed with all of these demons, this is how it works. They start to take over your cognitive understanding. Because if you just said something and then he said, listen, that's what you just said, and you say, no, I didn't say that. See, now you're willing to lie to make your narrative right. See, this is what's going on for how long? And they can't understand it. They can't understand it for what it is. It is what it is. You understand what I'm saying to you? But don't change nothing. Just take it as it is. What's wrong with that? If you don't understand, don't understand. But listen, what's wrong with that? You get the. I mean, listen, man. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I just want to know my history, the best parts of me, and how we could get better. Because this ain't shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. This ain't shit. There's better living than this.
Brother man,
I know that.
I'm tell you, John,
What you said, y'all?
you gotta, if you message the website, just huh?
No. I,
Can you hear us now?
You hear us
one
now?
more time. Say it one more time, because you broke up. See?
I was telling you, message the web, we have what's called. It's better now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Look at them going crazy in the chat. Eat your food. Close your mouth.
But nah, man, I was telling you every Monday, you know, for people who really understand this and really, you know, want to get more in tune with what's going on, so we can all spread this one message, you know, as one people. We got a WhatsApp call every Monday, and we know we come together, you know, with new people who just coming into this, and we just have a regular conversation with brothers and sisters about if you got ideas, if you got questions, you know, that's kind of what we set up the WhatsApp call for. It's kind of like an organic conversation with a bunch of brothers and sisters who understand this and want to see better, you know, for the world. You know, so like I say, if you message the website, send us your information, and we can link you in. And like I say, every Monday you can tune in with us and ask your questions, bring your ideas, and you know, move forward for the betterment of the people, man.
Be honest with you,
You know,
Yaju. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been, man, listen, man, since I was young, man, they've been after me in a way, man. I just started noticing it. You know, I'm fighting, man, listen, man, they come against me, 10, 15, 20 of them, man, standing up in front of me, man, and I got to, it's draining at times, man. You know what I'm saying? It's draining just to stand up straight and have, You know what I'm saying? Like, this been happening to me since I was a kid. I noticed my family's going against me, and I didn't understand why. I never really understood why until I got older, and then I started delving in certain information and understanding certain things. I'm like, man, shit. That's why these people didn't like me. You get what I'm saying to you? So I say that to say, listen, I got so much going on. I can't even say yes, I'm going to be able to do that because they throw so much shit at me. So, man, every other
It's
day,
all
every
good.
other
Yeah,
day.
I was just giving you the invitation, man. Just
I know, I
understand
know,
it
I know, I know, I
ain't
know,
a
I
must.
know, I know. But I'm telling you, man, there's about 100 of them I got to fight, man. So many of them, man, and they pop up everywhere I go. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere I go, they pop up 3, 4, 5 of them. When I see 5 of them stand up and they gang up against me, I'll be like, damn, I'm not even gonna tell them who they are. You know what I'm saying? It's that Agent Smith thing going on with them, man. They
Uh, yeah, brother. But yeah, that's why we gotta come together, bro. But we got another sister that wanted to come up, man. So we appreciate you coming up, brother. I
Go ahead,
appreciate the
man.
words of wisdom, man, and we all gotta keep our head up and encourage one another, brother. So I
No,
salute you.
we gonna keep our head up. That's what we gonna do. We built for this. But I'm gonna see you, gang. I'm gonna see you, and I see you, man.
Salute to you, man.
Peace, peace.
Of course, brother.
I wonder,
Peace to the gods and goddess. How you guys doing?
what's going on?
Nothing much. Just here doing what we're supposed to be doing, bringing the word to our people. But before I go, I was here earlier hearing you guys talk about Africa and stuff, right? But before even that, the brother was talking about how a lot of people are coming against him and all those things. Many times the chosen ones, that's normal, right? The people that you are doing the work for, they're the one that are gonna come after you the most. Just like when we read the story of the Bible, right? That's they say what Jesus, whatever, if you think he's real, like the Christ consciousness is within. But we have been taught that the Christ consciousness is outside of us, right? That's what a lot of us and a lot of our people, unfortunately, are looking for a Messiah to come save them, well, instead of knowing that the Messiah is inside. Now, when it comes to
What's up?
what's African, right? I'm African. So what I see with a lot of our people, we have been divided everywhere. Whether you go to the US or you go to Africa or you go to, whatever, anywhere on the planet, right? We have been divided everywhere, and we have to understand that. Like, I see a lot of this thing where it's a lot of indigenous Americans who say, oh yeah, we are better than Africans because we are on the land of milk and honey. I see the same thing with some Africans. Oh, we better than, indigenous Americans because we are from the motherland. And that's just dividing us farther and farther. They keep telling us divide and conquer. And as long as we keep those things going, we're gonna just keep being farther divided instead of coming together and taking over.
See, this is why I say though, a Messiah is like a president. A Messiah is not a consciousness of knowledge and wisdom, because everybody is not a president. Everybody is not a governor. So when we teach people that Christ consciousness is within everybody, that's a lie that's separating us. Because we not getting in order and we not being children like. Because a lot of people take the Christ consciousness and they put themselves on a pedestal that they shouldn't be on. You see what I'm saying? Because Christ ain't in everybody and Christ is not a spirit. Now, when you deal with the Bible comes from Ethiopia. Most of us that read the Bible, we don't even know that. We don't even know Ethiopian culture. We don't know nothing about the historical thing or how it was set up. So it's a lot of stuff that we speak about and we don't know about, and it caused us to be where? In Babylon. And see, this is about the messengers that fell from the higher way of thinking. You know, and now we just babbling about things we know nothing about. So
I'm
that's
gonna
keeping
read
us
this to
in
you,
Babylon.
right?
So that's keeping us in Babylon. And what is Babylon? Confusion. And when people are confused, it's separation. This is why we are separated. Because of information that's coming from people, and they really don't know what they're talking about. They just speaking about regurgitated things. Because nobody ever met Christ that talk about Christ. So how we know it's a consciousness? Where did that come from? Did it come from the
It
real
came
Christ?
from the teaching. It came from the teaching. So when I would go specifically on Christians, right? When it comes to religion, Christians specifically, they wait for what? They wait for Jesus, right? That's their Messiah. Messiah is what? Some of y'all be so funny in the comments. I'm not even gonna address y'all. Stay right down there. But when it comes to, like, even if you go to the center of Christ consciousness, there's a center called the center of Christ consciousness. Here's what they define. hold-
What is
Let me,
if you believe in Christ consciousness, what is the fulfillment of Christ consciousness? If you say everybody has Christ consciousness or has the ability to get Christ consciousness, what is the end result of it?
the end result is knowing that self, knowing that true self, right? Our people have, we
But
have,
does that tie in with the Bible? Because the Bible is a prophecy of things that have to happen that we need to fulfill. But just because you know yourself doesn't mean that we fulfill the prophecy.
of course
There's
not.
other work.
Of
There's
course
other
not.
works that exactly. So there's other works that needs to be done.
It's a lot of us who know that self, but we still what? We're still confined to the rules and everything of this world that we're in, right? So knowing that self is not, that's not the end goal. That's not it at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the like the brother was saying earlier, it's a lot of words that we so caught up on, right? Many of us are so caught up on words. The Christ consciousness is nothing but you knowing that true self. That's all it means. It's nothing but you knowing who you truly are. It's a lot of people who don't know that self.
Okay, I want to say this though. Now, what if Christ is real, just like you read in the book? And we've been deceived that it's a consciousness. And if Christ really here, we not recognizing him because we are in darkness about what we think Christ is. And
Then
see,
that's your price to pay.
no. That's what?
Then that's your price to pay, right? If something is real and you didn't choose to believe in it and it appears, that's your price to pay.
Oh, well, and that's why the Bible talk about judgment day. And that's what we have gotten away from. We just teaching knowledge and wisdom. But the prophecy is for everything to be judged, so a measurement can be set, so the confusion can be removed.
What is the confusion that she talk about specifically?
It's teaching from our own thoughts, but not knowing. See, because that's why I asked you about Christ. Where does Christ's consciousness come from? Where does that teaching come from? It's not in the Bible. Now, Christ in the Bible, but the
Right.
Christ consciousness is not in the Bible. So who created that teaching to make us believe? And I understand what you say Christ consciousness is like, it's the knowing thyself, which I'm cool with that. I can meet you halfway. But a lot of people can't comprehend that when you say that. You see what I'm saying? So, but we still using the word Christ that come from a book that we really don't understand. So what we doing, we twisting the teachings and putting it into a feel-good speech. Well, because the Christians waiting on Christ, we know Christians deceived. All religions are deceived. But what we don't understand, the whole world is deceived. The whole world deceived. So who created the Christ consciousness teaching? Where do it come from?
The center of Christ consciousness. That's why I wanted to read it to you straight from them. Let me read it to you straight from them. What they describe the Christ consciousness to be as themselves. Let me read it to
No,
you.
look,
That's
this is what
them. This is not from me. All right. They
look,
say the highest state of the center of Christ consciousness
look, this is
defines
not asking the
Christ.
question. You're not asking this
Go
question.
ahead.
Where does it come from? I'm
What's the
asking you.
question?
All I'm asking you is where does the Christ consciousness? Where does that teaching come from? I'm not saying you did it. I'm just asking where does it come from? Can you
That
tell me
teaching
where it
is
comes from?
from the indoctrination, just like they tell us Jesus is coming to save us. All those things are from the indoctrination of teaching. Now,
Okay, so you
am I
telling me
part of?
okay, so you telling me the Christ consciousness come from indoctrination. So it ain't
Of
real then.
course.
So it ain't so the
It's
Christ
not
consciousness.
real, but it's
Look,
real in the sense of if you choose it to be yourself, your higher self. That's what I said earlier. The higher self is the Christ consciousness. It's a lot of you guys in the chat. You will not understand and understand what I'm saying. I
nah,
get it,
sus, you
but I
can't.
see the chat.
Don't worry about the chat. Don't worry about the chat. The chat is always crazy. But
There be,
I'm just
but
trying to.
I'm saying if you allow me to describe what the center of Christ consciousness themselves
But
are
sis, that's
saying
not
what
what I'm asking you.
consciousness is.
But
It's
that is
nothing but because again,
sus. I'm not. I understand your meaning and I understand Christ conscious. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not understanding that. That's what I'm not asking you. I'm asking you where does it come from so I can validate it because
I
wisdom.
just keep telling you.
Sis,
I said
wisdom
it a
is
lot of
defiled.
times.
Wisdom is defiled because all of us is coming from deception. If all of us coming from deception, right? Me, you, and everybody. We all been deceived. We all been lied to. Matter of fact, we was born into it. But now I got this new thing come on the scene about Christ consciousness. Where does it come from? Did it just poof out of thin air? And see, that's what I'm asking you. I'm just asking you, where does it come from? I already have the understanding of it. But where does it come from?
It comes from the oppression, just like many things come from the oppression, right?
Okay,
However,
you say, but then
you define that. You
I'm trying to
defined.
walk with you to a certain point. Because you trying
Let
to
me say
explain
this
something
thing.
to me. You trying to explain something to me I already understand.
Every individual has their definition of Christ consciousness, right?
That's what
I
you
would say
choose.
this. If you take, let's say, a picture of Jesus and you show it to a person who goes to church, and you take that same picture and you show it to a person who doesn't go to church, they're gonna see two different things, right? Because they have two different.
It's the same thing when you read the Bible. You read in the Bible off of your vain imagination. Everybody has different interpretations when they read the
Right.
Bible. That's why we say that there is only one Christ. We don't say that anybody can just have Christ consciousness. Christ
And
is a
who is
living.
the Christ to you guys?
Hold on, sis. Christ is a living vessel that's among his brethren, the one that's begotten, the first begotten. You can't skip number one, and everybody is skipping number one. So
Who is that number one?
Christ is a living vessel, and God is the Spirit.
The chief commandment.
You guys are like creating Christ as God when they are one because God put His Spirit into Christ.
And you gotta understand, Christ is a chief.
Y'all skipping different things so it can match up with what you want it to be.
So right now,
who is y'all?
a bunch of Indians and no chief. Christ will be the chief amongst the Indians. That's all. That's all. You could take the same story and talk about chief and Indians. But when you say everybody got Christ consciousness, everybody is chiefs. Now you got too many chiefs and what? No Indians. So it's the same concept. But like I say, we don't even understand where the Bible come from. If you ask people where the Bible come from, they're going to say the Romans. And then they're going to say it's about Christ. The Bible has way bigger meaning than that. And it has the same meaning that our ancient cultures had. Every culture had a chief.
Well, you spoke about where the Bible came from earlier. You said it came from Ethiopia. So what if I told you that the Bible is a book that our people wrote? Our original, like the originals. The Bible that you talk about that is in Ethiopia, that's a Bible that we wrote. And they took that and they mixed it, right? They mixed it so many times. And that's That's the Bible that a lot of us see now.
Okay, but are you
As you
saying
can go on Amazon and get it for $10.
are you saying that Ethiopia is not part of Africa?
I never said that. Where did you get
Okay,
that
so
from?
Ethiopia is our people too. All over Africa is our people.
So
So
that's
we trying to tell you that the throne of David that Christ sits on is in Ethiopia.
we don't know that. So Christ sits on the throne. Everybody ain't gonna sit on the throne. So everybody.
So you saying Christ sit on the throne in Ethiopia?
Yes, yes. This is what the prophecy reveals. But like I said,
Which prophecy?
Most Africans.
No, the prophecy that's written in the Bible. All the prophecies point to Christ returning to restore the tabernacle of David in Ethiopia, to restore the melanated government, and to restore Africa. This is why the African Union is where? In Ethiopia.
The only ones who's gonna restore Africa as an African is African. As an African, I would tell you that I was born and raised in Africa. So it's a lot of, I'm not just sitting here and talking. The only one who will restore Africa is Africans, period. Until Africans get up and restore the continent of Africa, nothing is gonna happen. That's the thing. It's so until
Are you saying that the Africans that were stolen from Africa won't restore Africa either?
I'm not talking about anybody being stolen. I'm talking about Africans that are in Africa now.
Okay,
The
so
only way our
that's why I'm
continent is gonna rise.
That's why I'm asking you. You don't believe that African Americans have the right to restore Africa?
African Americans need every home needs to restore their homes.
Scattered amongst the four corners. They're not the ones that's gonna restore Africa.
Every home needs to restore their home. Americans need to restore America. Africans need to restore Africa. Wherever you are, do your part and restore Mother Earth. Wherever you are, I'm African. I told you guys that, but I live in the U.S. So am I gonna sit here and be like, okay, I'm seeing all these problems in the hood. I'm seeing our brothers and sisters unaliving themselves. I'm seeing all this, but I'm not gonna do anything because I came from Africa. No, I'm gonna do my part. I'm gonna do what I can do to make sure that I do my part where I am.
So that's what we saying. We're gonna do our part, and our part is to restore the throne back in Ethiopia that will have jurisdiction all over the world. See, we don't know nothing about the Game of Thrones. We don't know nothing why the Roman Catholic Church is ruling, because the Roman Catholic Church rule America. They rule Africa. The Pope got all his religious leaders in Africa teaching their indoctrination to the Africans. So we
everywhere.
Hold up, sis. This is what we have to do first. We have to create an infrastructure, which is a government, that will remove the governments from all the lands that we at. If we don't have that, you doing something in your neighborhood, they got 100,000 more neighborhoods that need fixing. So you one person. So the best thing that we can do that can magnify across the whole globe would be a government, sis. And this is what we don't talk about because we caught up in knowledge and wisdom. So now we are here politicking, bringing the judgment that the Bible talks about. Not going to church, not getting on your knees, not waiting for Christ to come back. But understand, Christ is a living vessel, just as you read in the book. Christ wasn't in nobody in the Bible. Christ was walking among the people. But they took that, which was, like you said, we wrote it, and rearranged it and changed time. Now Christ already walked among the people, and now he's coming from the sky. That's the deception. We removed that deception to reveal Christ walking among us, because Christ is here with the government on his shoulders. So what's happening right now is way past the knowledge and wisdom. We are actually creating a government for our people that will fix our neighborhoods. That will fix.
How are you gonna create a government of people who don't even know thyself? How are you gonna create a government when someone don't even know thyself?
So can you slow down? Look, the people who govern the world They already know thyself. And this is why we tell you everybody is not a governor. The Bible say many are called, but how many are chosen, sis?
Few are chosen.
Okay, all right. So that few are chosen to run the world. And the people gonna get behind this few people that have been chosen to do these things. They don't have the knowledge and wisdom to go hug and sun gaze, all that. That's foolishness. That's a waste of time. Now, I agree with you.
So
You do
going
need to
under
know.
the sun is a waste of time?
So I do agree with you. You're supposed to know thyself. But the governors gonna already know that. They destined to know thyself. You don't even have to teach them that. The only thing you're gonna have to teach the chosen ones to do is to get in order. This all you're gonna have to tell us somebody that's chosen to do. Get in order. And they're gonna get in order and fill their position and play their part for the betterment of the people. That's what we're doing. We're not talking the knowledge and wisdom that's keeping us in a traffic jam. We are creating what's gonna fix our problems. And I think people
You said I can't fix the problem by myself. Of course, that's why we get on these platforms to get the people that are on the same mission as us, right? However, I think you saying also that for our people to get the solution is to what? To create a government in Ethiopia? Is that what I'm getting?
No. The Ethiopia is the White House. You know, like America got a DC.
Mm-hmm.
So Ethiopia is just the White House for Africa. It's not. You gotta have governments all over Africa, not just Ethiopia, but Ethiopia is the White House. That's why again I said the African Union is in Ethiopia. The throne of David that Christ sits on is in Ethiopia. This is why Ethiopia will represent the White House. So
Yeah, but Africans that are in Africa doing the work, we're not waiting to go to Ethiopia to find solution. That's not gonna happen.
that's not what
We
I'm
know
saying.
that
You're not
solution
even
comes
listening. You're not
with.
listening to what's being said, sis. Do you know anything about the throne of David? No.
No, I don't. I don't want
Okay, then.
to.
So
You saying it's in
what you should
Ethiopia.
be doing
That's
right now,
not
sis.
gonna change anything.
All right, that's what I'm saying. So if you don't know nothing about it, how you know it's gonna change? You being closed-minded to things you know nothing about, saying it's
No,
not
I'm
gonna work.
not being closed-minded. I'm saying
You
I'm not.
saying it's not
I'm
gonna help,
very
but you don't even know what the
open-minded.
throne of David is. You
What
don't
is
know nothing
it?
about
What
the
is
throne of
it?
David.
Explain. Explain what it is.
Why would I explain it to somebody who just told me it wouldn't work? You see
No,
what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that's not the solution. I'm saying this.
How do you
I'm
know?
telling.
Okay, so I want to
Again, I grew up in Africa. Okay, I grew
you
up
don't
in
have to,
Africa. I know our
you don't have to
problems
explain.
in Africa.
You don't have to explain everything to me, sis. I have very good understanding. So, are you telling
Have you
me?
ever been to
Hold up, sis.
Africa?
Sis. Okay, you said that. I heard that. I want to ask you this though: do you have the solutions to fix the problems for us?
The
It's a
solution
yes
is
or
for
no.
us to what? I don't
It's
have
a yes or no.
personally, but I know the solution is for us to get up and again, I'm from Togo in Africa, okay? That's in West Africa. A lot of African countries are very indoctrinated. I was born and raised in Africa. I'm not just here talking like, oh, I just want to
But we get
talk.
that,
You
sis.
wouldn't all know what I
I
want to
was
know.
born
We get that,
and
sis, but we
raised
just
in
want the
Africa.
solution. We just want the solution. We don't want nobody's life story.
The
We want
solution
the
is
solution.
for us to govern ourselves, for us to what? Build our own school, for us to build our own what?
So how do we govern ourselves?
It starts individually. You can't, a person who doesn't know there's a problem can't even govern themselves. A lot of my African brothers and sisters, we don't even know there's a problem.
So once we govern ourselves, what's the next step?
We're going to find out. I don't have every solution.
All right. Okay, so We
So
appreciate
do
you
you
coming on,
have the
sis.
solution? What do you think the solution is?
We're trying to tell you,
Sis,
but
sis, yeah, we
we
can't.
try
Like
to
I
tell
said,
you.
Okay, what
we
is the
think
solution?
it's so hard to talk to people because people want to be. That's why I told you about Babylon, sis. The Bible talks about Babylon a lot, and I know most of us don't even know what Babylon is. But we know, but we really don't know, and nobody won't say that. Nobody won't say, "Well, look, I don't know. So what should I do?" But we'll come on here and talk about everything like we know, but nobody is doing, or nobody knows what we have to do. Now, the thing about an army, because right now we are fighting lies. So if you're fighting, you got to have an army. Now, this is a spiritual army because what we fighting with, we're not fighting with flesh and blood. We fight with information that goes in people's minds and what? Deceive them, like you said, the people in Africa, they being deceived with the spiritual war. So every time you go to war, you got to have what? Commandments. The Bible talk about follow commandments. You got to have an order. The soldiers just can't say, we are all generals, because guess what's going to happen? You're going to lose the war. So what melanated people is doing with false teachings about Christ consciousness, I got Christ consciousness. I got Christ consciousness. So nobody want to be a soldier. Everybody want to be a general. So when it's time to fight, where we at? We losing. We are really losing. You know why? There's no order. Nobody's following the commandments. Nobody don't even know where the chief commander is at. So how we gonna fight? So this social media got everybody searching for likes. You know, fame. Fame is another drug. So we come on here, speak our knowledge and wisdom, and the problem never get fixed. We never unify. Because why? Babylon continues. So what Christ is here to do? Christ is here to get rid of Babylon. Because everybody finna be proven a liar. Everybody that picked the Bible up finna be proven a liar. Everybody that used Christ finna be proven a liar. Then we get out of Babylon and we unify under the truth. This is what's taking place. And this is how we will be governed.
When it comes to, again, I would speak mainly on Africa because I'm African, but I live in the US and I see a lot. When it comes to our people, you ask what the solution is, right? We are a people who don't even what? We come from farmers. We don't even farm anymore. We come from what? We used to educate our children. We don't do, a lot of us don't do that anymore. Many of us go to the institution to get educated. When it comes to healthcare, many of us don't even know herbs anymore, right? We don't know about herbs. We go to them to get pills. So those are that's where the solutions start. Us knowing the basic of what? Of feeding ourselves. Now, I see you guys shaking heads, but you know, again, you don't have to, we don't have to be on the same page.
We know those things need to be changed, but the government is what changes those things. You don't just go and
We are the
remove.
government,
Wait,
though.
hold on. You
We
don't
are
just
the
go.
government.
Hold on. You don't just go and remove Bill Gates from Africa. You don't have the power to do that.
Because Africans are not united. It's how many
Until
Africans?
they
If
are
Africa was united, he won't have the power. That's what I was saying. As
we are talking
African,
about
we are
united Africa.
divided,
That's what we're
right?
talking about.
What was that?
This is why conversations don't get profitable. We are talking about uniting Africa so we can do these things. So all our women that's herbalists, all our women that have, all our brothers and sisters that went back to planting, we can pay the farmers. Right now, they have a government that's not paying farmers. They got a government that has moved majority of black farmers from farming. So you know why we not farming no more? You know why we go and get medicine? Because of the government that we are under. Not because
No, it's us. It's because we don't put our resources together. If we put our resources together, the government can't do anything.
All you want to do is be heard. You don't really want to receive. That's why I asked you, what do we have to do? And you told me to tell you. And after I told you, you must got your thoughts together, and now you figure out how to just say something that we already said.
It's not
We are
about.
united in
I feel.
Africa.
I
We
feel
are.
like you are because we. I'm not on the same. You feel like I'm not on the same page as you. You
Because
think you.
you don't want to
Cause you
listen. You want
telling
to tell
me.
us.
Or you have been telling me. Oh, you know. If you go on my page, I'm not here for likes. I'm not here.
I'm
That's
not
why I
saying
don't
that's what
follow
you here for.
trend.
I'm saying,
I come in what? Where to what? When it comes to food, a lot of us don't even know how to eat. So that's where I come in a lot of time. But again, when you ask me what the solution is, the reason why I ask you what your solution is, yeah, I mean, I can't leave because you keep telling me I'm talking. I've been listening to you. I've been quiet many times
But
where
we
you
don't want
guys
to
have
repeat.
talked.
We don't want to repeat because there's other people that want to come up. We don't want to
No
keep
problem.
repeating.
They can come
We
up.
don't want to keep repeating what we already said. We heard what you said. We're hoping that you hear what we said.
but you're not.
But you're not trying to have that conversation. We're telling you that the government we need a new government to put in those positions for farmers to be having those jobs.
I think she don't realize
And
we talking
I'm with
directly
that.
to
I
the
know
people.
we need new governments. And then I ask you guys, how are we gonna form the government? I asked you guys that, but
Okay,
you
and I
didn't give
told
me
you
the answer.
Ethiopia got a throne that you know nothing about, and you say it's not gonna fix the problem. This is what you
So
said. So that's how
because
I
you
know
think the
you're not
solution
receiving.
is for us to go to Ethiopia
I didn't
before
say you
we
gotta
go
go to
have a
Ethiopia.
solution?
We didn't say travel to Ethiopia. We
I
didn't say that.
said something that's gonna be set up in Ethiopia that will affect the
How are we
world,
gonna
so
set
we can
something
set
up
up.
in Ethiopia when we can't even get
I didn't
our
tell you
hoods
nothing. Every
right?
time I try to say something new, you get to doing this. You get to speaking your feelings. You don't know, sis.
You
So
don't even know me to
we trying
say
to
what
tell you
I'm
something
talking
new.
on.
Sis, we
You
trying to tell you
concluding
something
me.
new.
That's what you're
But
doing. You
sis,
concluding me without knowing me.
no, sis.
You already said
You
you didn't
said you
know
didn't know.
about the throne of David in Ethiopia.
That don't mean anything. I don't know everything. I don't have to know
But
that.
that's
I
my
don't know
point. So I'm not
everything. Then I
assuming you
ask
don't know.
you,
You told me you didn't know.
of
So if I'm
course I
trying to tell
didn't.
you something new, if I'm trying to tell you something new, and you walk in class and the teacher is trying to tell you, because you're not telling me nothing new. I've been vegan for 10 years. So I've been dealing with her. So I've been done that lifestyle. So you're not talking to somebody that don't know our people don't need these things. This is why I came up with a solution to put our people in place so they can do these things. But you're not hearing that part. You just telling me people gotta go back to eat. People gotta go back to farming. I already know that. We know these things. We have a group of brothers and sisters that's pushing a government to set people up who already understand this. So I don't have to get online and teach it to people. I can put people in place and in positions, funding, grants. I could pass all these things once the throne is created.
That's what I'm saying though. So we have to wait for the throne to be created to do those things.
But the throne is created. We got to get in order so the throne can be established. See, it's a certain order that we have to receive to fix the problems. Our knowledge
And
and
what's the
wisdom,
order?
I just want to say this. Our knowledge and wisdom ain't did nothing. Because guess what? The neighborhood still tore up. So the order is the order of Melchizedek. It's the Christ walking the earth that the body got to attach itself to because Christ is the head. He's the chief commander, the chief cornerstone. That who? The builders refuse. That's what Christ, a chief cornerstone. But we done turned Christ into a spirit that's inside of all of us. That's lies. So once the body of people who are qualified to govern the world find the chief cornerstone, then we can build a new kingdom, which is heaven on earth. These things are happening as we speak. So we have brothers and sisters on one accord moving to create these things, putting all our energy in a solution that's going to take care of all our problems. Not one neighborhood, all neighborhoods. This is what we're doing. And this is what anybody who's being called should be focused on. Because you don't have to teach the chosen ones. We have to come together. That's what the chosen ones have to do.
We're
Buffalo
pretty
Wild
much saying the same
Wings are
thing.
separated.
We pretty much saying the same thing in just in different ways. For us to come together as a collective, we must come together individually first. And that's what I've been saying from the get-go. Because a lot of us again are lost as a people. Many of us are lost as a people. If you are, we are what? We are spiritual beings on a physical realm, right? But if you go to, let's say, Africa, you go to Africa, for instance, many of us have lost our spirituality. We have lost a lot of things, right? You spoke about the sun earlier, and you say sun gazing, for instance, is BS, right? I don't want to misquote you, but you say it's pretty much BS. Sun gazing is not BS. Those things we have to do on a regular, because why? We are sun beings. So as a sun being, if you're not getting the sun, a lot of us are what? We getting sick, right? Because we're not getting the sun. Many of us are in states where it's winter, so we're not getting. You will see that many people are getting sick. So again, when it comes to us getting to what we're supposed to be as a people, first it start with ourselves. Many of us don't have love. We don't have self-love when we talk about love and all those things, because what? When we go on the whole planet as a people, we have gone through a lot when it comes to our circumstances of living. I see in the US, I've seen it in Africa, just different ways, but very systematic. We are all oppressed everywhere. Everywhere we are all oppressed on the whole planet. So again, when it comes to the solution, we are all talking, we may all be talking about the same thing, just in different ways. And sometimes it's like it becomes combative because maybe we're not using the same wording to describe things. But in reality, we are fighting for the same thing, which is what? Whether we call it Christ consciousness, whether we call it the Messiah, whether we call it Jesus, whether we call it Allah, we are all fighting for the same thing, which is what? The liberation of our people.
But you're not fighting. People who fight actually do. That's the thing. Y'all say y'all fighting for something, but y'all not doing nothing.
And then you can't fight if you're not on one accord. If I'm
Now,
not
when we use the word fight, you guys know what I mean, though. When I use the word
no,
fight, you
so
know what I
follow what it
mean.
says. The point you're missing is when you fight, you got to be in order. You can't fight confused. I can't be confused about what you saying and don't know we saying the same thing. We can't fight. No fight can happen if the army not in order. They gonna lose. So when somebody that's fighting show me the order, then that's when I join. But until it's out of order right now. Everybody is doing what they feel. That's not a fight. That's not an army. You don't do what you feel in the army. You follow the commandments. And if you don't follow the commandments, another soldier might be unalive just because you didn't keep the commandments. That's what's going on with our people. We talking feel good. You know, we lovers of thyself. That's what we really are. That's why we want to teach about what we know. That's also a form of loving thyself. But this is not about teaching what you know. This is about making a sacrifice for your brothers and sisters. And see, that's a thin line between what's going on in the conscious community. And when I'm not speaking directly to you, I'm speaking to the conscious community when I say these things. Because these are the people that we're going to interact with. These are the people that we're going to be talking to. We're not going to be talking to the people who ain't fixed themselves or who not seeking knowledge. So most of our conversations are with people who are lovers of thyself, as prophesied in the Bible. In the last days, people will become lovers of thyself. That means all they doing is all they talking about is what coming from themselves. So what do the Bible talk about? The sacrificial lamb. Somebody was going to make a sacrifice for the people. And that was the one that was going to have the way, the truth, and the light for the people. Not the knowledge and wisdom that's coming from self.
Many of us are already making the sacrifice. Again, it's a lot of people that touch different areas, right? When we look at what's going on as a people, we know that we have been lied to on many forms. Whether it comes to, religion, whether it comes to where we come from. I see a lot of confusion even with Americans. Some of you guys think you came on a boat. Some of you guys think you were already here. So that's already confusion. When it is confusion everywhere. So again, when it comes to our people and what we're supposed to do as a people, yeah, there is a government. The government is doing what it does. It's to control the people, right? That's what the name is. Government. To govern something is to what? It's to control something. And the ment is for what? Mental. You don't have to agree. I can go again. I see your body language. We don't have to agree on a topic. We can have, our own, because everybody has their own beliefs. We all grew up in.
Because my body language is not to say I'm against you. I can disagree with you in total respect, and that's all I'm doing. And I was just speaking.
Because I actually met you with Bakanga. That's how I met you. That's how I followed you. I was on Bakanga. Bakanga. He's an African brother. That's how but anyways, that's how I met you. He touches on a lot on God is not real. Maybe if I say that. But and I saw that you guys are on the same path as me. You are on the same path as far as what? As far as bringing structure back when it comes to our people. I totally agree with that. And I said that earlier, whether we are in a conscious community, whether we are in religion, whether no matter what our paths are, we are all looking for the same thing. Maybe you didn't like the word fighting. When I say fighting, I don't mean like boxing like Michael Tyson, but I'm saying we are what? We are here looking for what? The restoration of our people. That's everywhere. Because again, I asked you if you've ever been to Africa for a reason. Have you ever been to Africa?
Oh no, I've never been there.
Okay. When you go to Africa,
that's what I'm planning to do this. That's what I'm planning to do this year. But
okay.
But the thing about what we don't understand, we was gonna have a chief. Indians don't teach the chief. This is what we doing because we all being lied to about what we think is inside of us. The only thing that could be inside of us is righteousness. See, that's what's supposed to be inside of all our brothers and sisters. But what we putting inside of us? The foul information. Like government. Do you think we need a government? You don't think we need a government?
We are the government, but we don't know that.
Okay, so them just words, man. Where's our government, sis? Where's our government if we are the government? Because if everybody's a governor.
We are the government, but we've been governed by a system because we don't know our true power.
Sis, you trying to teach me. I know that. I'm asking you.
I'm not trying to teach you. I'm having a conversation with you.
No.
Whatever you take as a teaching is for you.
No, sis, you explaining the question. I'm asking the question. I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm just asking for an answer. So I asked you, do we need a government? You said we are the government. Who is the we? Everybody? Who is the we?
The citizens are the citizens are the government. That's what I was saying earlier. If let's just say black people, let me not even go to every human. Let's just say just the black people on TikTok, okay? Just the black people on TikTok. If every black person on TikTok, go ahead. Go ahead.
I will give you back the mic. I was just trying to walk somewhere with you right quick so we can get on one accord. You see what I'm saying? I've
been on one accord with you.
What? No, sis, trust me, we not. We got similar.
That's what I'm saying.
No, sis, we have similar ideals. We not on one accord, sis. If we was on one accord,
we're not on one accord as far as when it comes to you chiefing. We don't need a chief to get to where we need to be, where we need to be. We first need to get our resources together as a people. That's what we need first. What is the chief to do if we're so divided as a people?
I want to ask you this: Do you have a job? I'm not trying to. This is just a real question, like, because we all go to work. So do you have a job?
I have opportunities, yes.
Okay, when you go to opportunities, are you the boss at all those opportunities?
I create opportunities within my own business. Yes. So I work as a 1099 employee. So yes, I can leave any job at any time I want.
So let me change it around. Do not animals have a head like lions? Do they have a chief of the tribe?
When you go to any animal kingdom, the lioness is the chief.
Sus, it's just a question. Do they have it? Yes or no? It's just a question so I can get somewhere.
I can't tell you yes or no without elaboration.
So do ants have a queen? Is everybody the queen, or do ants have a queen?
They do have a queen. Someone gotta be the leader. Yes.
All right, sis, stop. I'm trying to walk somewhere. Okay. Do bees have a queen?
You say beings?
Bees, like bumblebees. Do they have a queen?
Yes.
Okay, so animals got law and order then, right? That's what I'm trying to get. Animals got law and order, right?
So do humans, yes.
Oh, say it one more time. Do humans got law and order?
So do humans.
Okay.
So do humans.
So the humans will always have what? A chief.
There gotta be a leader in anything. Even when you go to every there gotta be one leader.
Okay, now sis.
That's the chief.
Okay, well, sis, where is our leader?
That's what I'm saying. We don't. Every home is supposed to have that leader.
Sis. But where is our leader? Where are
our leaders? Is ourselves. We gotta lead ourselves. We don't have structure because we lost the self leadership. How are you going? That's what I was saying earlier.
But does ants lead themselves, or do they wait for the queen to lead them?
If the queen is there, she will lead. If the queen is not, they will what? They will lead themselves. That's what I was saying earlier. We cannot, as a people, we cannot have one leader. It's a lot of us. When you go to Africa, we need a leader. When you come to the US, we need a leader. However, we are being led by the government. Many of us don't know that we're the government because what? And I was telling you guys that earlier. When you go to Africa, for instance, who do we look up to? We look up to the government to lead us, right? When again, we can lead ourselves. Because when you go to villages in Africa that have not lost structure, my grandfather was one of the well-known kings where I'm from. All right, I'm from Togo. My grandfather.
Sis, did you hear he was a king. He wasn't one of the servants. He wasn't one of the people. He was a king. He had status. So Christ has status. This is where you're not trying to understand where we're coming from. Christ is the one who is the governor, the high chief, the high priest. He's the one who governs the rest of the world.
And where is he? Where is he governing? Where is he at?
He will be among the people.
Where is he gonna come from to be among the people?
So the Bible says he's gonna come from captivity because the people was taken from where the Bible was taken from. So Christ will come from captivity of the people. That's why the CIA, what the CIA have been doing, trying to stop the rise of a Messiah. So the Messiah complex is real. We just been lied to about it.
Because the Messiah, we are the Messiah the whole time.
Sus. The CIA been trying to stop the rise of a Messiah. Everybody is not a Messiah, sis. So what we are telling you, the Messiah is actually here. That's why the Bible say what? The Messiah comes like a thief in the night. Because
that's why there's a big awakening. There's a big awakening. We are awakening. A lot of us are awakening. We eating right. We tapping back into the sun. We're doing all those things.
You know what, sis? We just, hey, the conversation was nice. Like I say, we got bigger fish to fry than to try
What
to
is the
make
fish?
somebody. So we can't tell you nothing. Every time we say something new that you know nothing about, you say you got something bigger. You see what I'm saying? So guess what?
No, it's like you have this ego complex. It's like you wanna kind of upgrade, like compare the knowledge. We can't compare knowledge. This is why, cause your knowledge may be different from me. Your knowledge may be different from me. What's the big fish? What fish are you frying? What's the fish?
I can't. I've been talking to you for about what 30 minutes. So if I could reveal the big fish, I would have been revealed.
That's the thing. A lot of people on this platform, and we have, again, it's this ego thing, right? Because you told me earlier, you mentioned likes and all that. It's a lot of ego on these platforms. Many people are very egoist, right? When it comes to
the ego is that everybody believes that they got Christ consciousness. That's the ego.
Say it one more again. She ain't hear you.
That's the ego
because consciousness is your higher self. If you're gonna go too deep into the Christ consciousness, you're gonna feel like, oh no, you're gonna feel like the way you guys are feeling. But I'm saying the Christ consciousness, we a lot of us, we try to go too deep because of the word of it, right? And again, the Christ consciousness is just as simple as what? Your higher self. When we talk about, the devil and God, again, we can agree and disagree on that page, but I see that we all looking for the same thing, which is what? The liberation of our people on every planet, because we can sit here as especially Negroes and go back and forth, but the end result is every Negro on every planet is under a systematic oppression. That's it. We can go back and forth all we want. We can go back and forth on where we from. We can go back and forth on Christ consciousness. We can go back and forth on our knowledge and what we know and all this and all that. But Mother Nature is one. That's what we have to understand. Mother Nature is one. The planet is one. You can shake your head, you can laugh, but the planet is one. She's not divided. Only humans are here dividing ourselves.
Okay, thank you for coming up, sis. We definitely appreciate the conversation. We understand where you're coming from, but it's a lot more. But like I say, we appreciate the conversation. Appreciate your humbleness. We're gonna go it on.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you for having me.
No problem.
That's like an ant going to the queen and say, "Queen, you got too much ego, queen." Who will be out of order, the queen or the ant? Well, we don't know our positions. We don't know our positions. That's where a lot of people at. If we knew our positions, we'll feel them.
Peace. Forgot about this guy. We'll come to you next, Mr. Handsome.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I kind of know me and Yaj had a conversation. I had a conversation with some of y'all, some of y'all congregation members, Old Testament,
You're
to
breaking
ask
up.
a couple questions.
Okay.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Can
you
you hear
kind
me
of
now?
breaking up, brother.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now? All right. Yeah, so I would like, so do you believe in the Old Testament?
I understand the whole book, brother. So I don't.
Yeah, but
I don't choose the old or new. I go with the whole book.
Yeah, but the only reason why I asked you this because like I said, brother, I know you look at the book allegorical, so that's why and I know if we variate through the New Testament, it's very high allegorical. So that's why I asked you, do you believe in the Old Testament at least?
I just told you I believe in the whole book, brother man.
So you believe in the whole book. So do you believe that the characters in the Old Testament were alive and existed?
Some of them, not all of them, because the characters are the prophets, brother man. The characters in the Bible are the prophets, not the story is allegory. The prophets are real. The people who seen the vision is real. The vision that they spoke is allegory because
So
they
you
spoke in parables.
So you believe in Joel, right? Do you at least believe in Joel?
Job, that's a
Yeah, like
parable. Job is a
Joel.
parable.
No, not Job. I said Joel, Joel, Joel.
Oh, you talking about the one in the back, like the minor prophets?
Yeah, Joel. Do you
Oh
believe he
yeah, yeah.
actually
You know, like
existed?
that's kind of a writing too, but you know, those names have meanings, like Habakkuk and all that. Man, those things have meanings, so they more of a parable.
Okay. So you don't think that Joel actually existed?
Nope, I don't really look at it that way.
Okay. So where would you think that these writings came from? You know,
They came from Ethiopia. These are
I
Ethiopian
I get
writings.
I get why you say that. I get why you say that. I'm stating because I even understand the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden existed in the borderlines of Ethiopia. You know, so I get why you say a lot of your messages. I really do. My understanding is how you came to this conclusion that you the one who has that ordained spirit. Only you know.
So I want to ask you this, brother.
Yeah.
If you look at the story of Moses, how did Moses realize he was ordained by God? Because God told him, right?
Yeah, and that's why I asked you that question last time, Yaju. I asked you last time, what is the name of God? And you said, I am that I am. And then I asked you, Moses was Hebrew, so he didn't hear I am that I am. That's why I asked you these questions the last time, to see if you had an understanding of
Brother,
of Moses
you can't put God's name in the alphabet. God's name doesn't go in letters. God's name have no letters or no alphabets.
I know that.
God's
That's why
name is an image.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I was stating.
Moses was revealed that I am because God's spirit was in Moses. So Moses was the name.
Okay, do you know that the English language is also just exhaustions, like
Brother man, we're not talking English, we talking understanding, brother.
Yeah,
I can speak
know.
Chinese and English. Damn,
Yeah, I know, because that's why Isaiah says, now in the stammering tongue you may teach, because the stammering tongue is the English language. So that's why I asked these questions.
No, brother, no. The stammering, like the English, you could. So you telling me I can't tell you the truth in English? That's what you telling me?
No. That's why Isaiah says precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. Now in the stammering tongue you may teach. So yeah, we could teach in the English language, yes, but we got to get an understanding of how the actual Bible.
Hey, brother, man, I want to ask you this: where's the bread from heaven gonna come from?
I mean, you stated that you the only one.
Question. No, hey, that's a simple question. Where is the bread from heaven gonna come from?
The bread from heaven comes from the Spirit.
But who gonna have the Spirit? All of us, or Christ gonna bring the bread from heaven? All of us gonna bring the bread, or Christ gonna bring the bread?
Well, Christ already poured that Spirit out on everybody. That's why I asked about Job, because in Job it says,
so Christ poured the Spirit. So it said in the last days, I will pour my Spirit out, right?
I mean, do you know what part of Joel, in the chapter Joel, where he said he will pour his spirits out on all the sons and daughters?
In the last days.
I mean, since Christ passed away, how I got this understanding, since Christ passed away, he started time. Time didn't start until Christ passed away, in the last days. You see what I'm saying? Because I even understand all these
The
dates and
last days
stuff.
was the past.
No.
We're not in the last days.
No, I'm saying
yes,
the last
we are.
days.
We've been
Since
we've
Christ
been
died,
That
we've
was
been
the
living
last
in the
days.
last days. So
Oh,
we've
okay.
been living in the last days for 2,000 years.
I mean,
Because
because
one day,
no, see,
one day is like 1,000 years to God.
I know, because I see why. That's what I'm saying. One day is 1,000 years to the Most High. So you think it's 2,000 years. I actually studied the different times and variations of what we actually are in. So I get that. I got a different understanding from a lot of people who come up here and ask you questions.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You got a different understanding, but who are you for you to have this different understanding? Who would you be?
Who would I be? I would just be a
Yeah.
servant of I would just be a servant of the Most High through Christ.
Oh, okay. So you telling me when all the disciples met Christ, they all had different understandings?
No. What I'm
Oh, okay,
saying
all right.
is,
So when you meet Christ, is your understanding gonna matter?
what I'm basically stating, wisdom and
No,
understanding
that's a
does not.
question, brother. When you meet Christ,
Wisdom and understanding does not bring you salvation.
that's not what I'm asking you.
Yes,
When
you
you
are,
meet
though.
Christ, would your teachings matter?
Will my teachers matter? Yes, they will.
Oh, so okay, so when you meet Christ, you gonna bring Christ some teachings.
No. When I bring Christ, I'm gonna bring Christ some servants, just like I'm a servant. I know how to humble
All right,
myself.
that's what I'm saying. So when you go to Christ, is Christ gonna give you information, or you gonna already have the information?
When I go to Christ, we're gonna be receiving the new information, correct?
Okay, all right. Okay, so do you have the new information?
All the information that's within this world, you have the same information I do.
But no, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking, do you have the new information?
What I'm basically telling you is this, though, brother. I'm stating this.
No, brother man. And what I'm basically asking you, do you have the new information? That's all I'm asking you. That's a yes or no question.
Can I answer your question, though? It's not a yes or no.
Can you answer it? No, you can answer it with yes or no. So we could. I'm trying to go somewhere, brother.
It's not a yes or no.
I'm just trying to go somewhere. I'm trying to walk somewhere with you so you can hear yourself talk.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but the question that you're asking does not involve just yes or no. The question that you're asking involves salvation.
Brother man, we're not gonna let your yay be yay, let your no be no.
What about
if you can be truthful with somebody, and you don't have, because if you got anything to say, I'm gonna give you the mic. I'm gonna give you the mic back.
Okay.
To explain yourself, but right now just walk with me so I can get a foundation and you can explain yourself. I'm gonna give you the mic back. I ain't taking the mic away from you and trying to put you back against the wall.
Okay.
Ask some questions, so I want you to hear yourself. So again, do you have the new information?
No, I do not have new information.
Okay. I appreciate you for saying that. So say I'm of the 144. Say I'm of the 144 that's gonna follow the Lamb. My job is to only listen to the new song. So my job is not even supposed to listen to what you have, and you shouldn't be passing it out. Why? It's not the new song. So what you saying won't benefit.
Now does that refers to you? Do that refer to you as well?
Man, let me. I'm about to give you the mic.
Okay.
So the 144 don't learn the old song. It's no good for them. It's void for them.
Okay.
The 144 must learn the new song that comes from the Lamb. So you just told me you don't have it. So why would you try to tell me something when you don't have what I need?
Okay. Now I'm not trying. Now let me go back to that. Let's go back to the information that I have. Right. Let's go back to that. The information that I have.
It ain't new. What you said. It ain't new, brother.
Yes, and the information that you have is not new.
No. See, that's just your opinion.
No,
but I told you I got the new song. See, hold up, brother man. This is the standpoint. You told me you didn't have it. I told you I had it. Now, but the logic is, why are you trying to give me something you don't have when I'm supposed to get the new song? That's the logic in this. So you want me to waste my time and listen to you when you sat here and told me You don't have it. So
And
if
you
you ain't got it, what you are trying to
nothing.
give me?
Okay, now let's break down information basis, Yaju. Let's break down
Information
information basis.
basis. Brother man,
Yeah.
this a fight?
No. Oh, because you just stated the information that I don't have. You know what I'm saying? I'm not calling myself Christ because when you say all this information, right? You have the opportunity. We all have the opportunity to receive the information that you have, just like I do, right? Right? Because all the now wait, all the information that's within this world, is not new. None of it is. The book that you read ain't new. The book that I read ain't new. The information that you giving out is not new. The information that I'm giving out is not new. None of this knowledge, wisdom, and
Speak for
understanding is new.
yourself, bro. Hey, speak
Come
for
on,
yourself.
y'all.
Because
You
guess
know
what,
this
brother?
is true.
You come up here to ask me questions, right? So you come up here to talk to somebody. Hold up.
I did ask you questions,
Hold
and
on,
the
brother man.
questions that I
Let's
asked,
put
you
our
tried to
cards on the table.
divert them and move them
Hold
around.
on, brother man. Let's put our cards on the table. If I don't have nothing new, and I'm here proclaiming to be Christ, are you coming up here to challenge me?
No.
Okay, hold on. Now stop. Okay, you're not coming up here to challenge me, right?
No.
So, in your simplest words, what do you come up here for? To get what?
I want to know what I am that I am is.
So you want to know something new, right?
Yeah.
So where do you come to get the new from?
That's why I want to know what I am. That I want to
No,
know what
I say, where do
is.
you come to get the new from? The new information that you say nobody got.
Listen. You state that you Christ, right? I've been trying to figure out what I am that I am is.
Just because I say I'm Christ, that don't mean you must have some slight of belief that I am Christ.
No, I don't.
So why I come then? So you come to challenge me. You come to challenge me, right?
Everybody comes to Yaju Judah. Everybody comes to Yaju Judah for new information. Everybody do, right?
Man, okay. Brother, man, y'all funny, bro. Hey.
Everybody, come on, Yaju. Bro. Word. Everybody come to Yaju. You feel me? But hold on. Before I even go there, let me say something. Shemaya Yashahala Ahaya Alanawahaya Ahaya Akkad. You feel me? When I talk the Bible, I gotta really speak this Hebrew language before I just say stuff. So, what's I am that I am?
Hey, I ain't gonna tell you no more old information. I'm gonna wait till I talk to somebody.
That ain't old, bro.
Who gonna say what?
What if you the great I am, Christ? What is I am?
You just told me I'm not, brother. So I have been sitting. I'm not here to prove myself, brother. I'm here to put the food on the table. So I already told you what there was.
You see all these people thinking. You see all these people thinking I am that I am is this tetragrammaton, and you know this tetragrammaton. Tell the people that the tetragrammaton isn't real, Yaju. Why you ain't tell them that, man?
You had any more questions?
Yeah, I still want to know what I am that I am means.
Well, brother, man, I revealed it to you. We're gonna have this recorded on YouTube if they don't clip us, and we'll be able to play it back. But we appreciate you coming up, brother, man, and we gotta get back to the people, bro.
So you reveal Exodus 3:14 is talking about you. That's what you're saying?
Brother man.
Is that what you saying? Is Exodus 3:14 talking about you, brother?
Exodus what? The whole Bible is talking about me, brother. The whole
Bible, right? No. Let's strictly just stick on Exodus 3:14.
Hey, AJWC.
Yeah.
Catch us live on Tuesdays,
Why
Thursdays.
you always do this, Yaju? When I hop on, you be quick to be done talking to me, brother. Like you be up here talking to everybody.
It's like when I talk to certain people.
Brother man, listen, brother. You right. Peace and blessings to you, brother.
Peace and blessings to
you, brother. Peace and
I
blessings
don't like talking on the phone.
Shemaya Yasahala Ahaya Alanawahaya Ahaya Akkad. You gotta learn your Hebrew, bro. Love you, brother. You feel me?
Peace, man. It's all love. I'm just not a talkative person, brother. I do this out of love, passion, and by any means necessary. So, but I'm not a talkative person.
We're here to move. We're not here to have conversations on the phone. This is not what TikTok is about.
Y'all done made it that, but I don't want it to be that. I try to stay away from phone conversations.
This is not gossip page.
What's going on, brother?
Greetings.
Peace.
What's going on?
I'm good, man. I mean, it's so amazing that people lack the IQ of understanding, bro. It's crazy, you know. One thing I want to know that say that is many are called, chosen a few. And this speaks for itself, it stands out for itself, because when it says chosen are few, it's only a selected few will have the understanding of unraveling and unfolding these things that the scripture is speaking about. As I said, brother, I'm totally in agreement with you. Everyone cannot be chiefs. Everyone cannot be commanders. And there is a simple... the use of simple is, even in its simplicity, it is one of the most magnificent creatures on earth, which is an ant. You know, even though the Bible describes they have no commanders, they have no chief, they have none of this, but still they have a queen, and that queen structures the hive in such a way that everyone knows their role. So no one goes to the queen and said to the queen, hey, you are, you know, there is too much eggs, or there is, nothing like that, because it's so structured, bro. And it is a simple thing like that. Even the Most High said to men, you slothful men, go to the ants and consider how it is, the way they move. They have no one on their backs to tell them what to do, but they all move in this unit. And I don't understand why it is so hard as we as humans, because I believe we are so caught up in knowledge.
Man, say that, man.
That we
Knowledge and wisdom is dangerous.
Exactly, bro. You know,
it's dangerous, bro.
We are so caught up in knowledge that we don't take the time to listen, because there is something that the scripture says. Say, listen what the scripture is saying to you. Everyone is just like, they just have this sense of reasoning where, hey, I know the truth. I know the path of truth. When the Bible declares that only God knows the dwellings of wisdom, only He knows that secret place where she dwells. You know, and it is so confusing to human beings when they go, or to us as humans, going so far whereby we tell ourselves we don't need anyone to teach us, we don't need anyone to, but no, even in schools, you wouldn't see the student going and tell the teacher, hey, that is not how the math equation is done. You know?
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. That's why I was trying to explain with the sisters. It's the knowledge and wisdom that's destroying us, because we are the chosen generation. So what's keeping us out of order is the fake knowledge and wisdom that make us think we in order, but we not. And that's what's going on with this generation. It's so much information out, we don't even know what island to be on. Some of us swimming this way, some of us swimming this way, some of us going this way, and we all trying to come together, but we all going our own way. It can't happen that way. There's no way we can come together, we all going our own way. And that's why we have to all come together and accept a way and say, you know what? That's the way. I'm going to be a part of that. And like I said, that's the few that's going to recognize the star. And this is why I always talk about the Jesus story. Everybody didn't see the star. It's the wise men that seen the star.
Exactly.
And what did they do? They brought their gifts to the star. The whole world didn't bring it. You know, it was the wise men. They seen it. So right now you have wise men and women that seeing this. And they are few. And they bringing their gifts to the star for the betterment of the nation. You know, this is really not about ego or pride. This is about the betterment of the nation. This is why they are doing these things.
Exactly.
You know, so...
Look, and another note that the sister was, when you were speaking to the sister, based on right now, the whole world needs to know the actual truth about Ethiopia and the throne of David and
where Leji Tafari became Haile Selassie by him being crowned Kings of Kings, Lords of Lords, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. This he said it. I think it's in Ecclesiastic. I'm not too sure, but I'm very well acquainted with the scriptures where he said that for in Ethiopia a man was born there, and he will have the government on his shoulders. Now, Ethiopia has its part in history, whereby it shows the evidence are there, not just the evidence. The facts are there, not just the facts, but the truth. There is a truth of him being crowned the King of Kings, Lords of Lords, the King of David. Now, this thing is being hidden, and the world was being deceived.
Kind of going in and out.
By this particular truth. And when you look at Ethiopia today, Ethiopia is one of the
Yeah, you kind of going in and out, brother man.
countries. Yeah, I just gave a little interference with the call. With the truth about Ethiopia now. Hold on, brother. Hold on. So, with everything that is happening, I have done my research in terms of the Christian Orthodox Church in Ethiopia.
Okay.
Where it says that, that Ethiopia will rise.
Oh, most definitely, man. Most definitely. And I think once we get our people to realize the Bible prophecy surrounds Africa and Ethiopia, we can really get on one accord. And that's what my mission it really consists of. It don't consist of us. You got a lot of background noise, brother man. I just had to mute you for 1 second. You had a lot of background noise. This mission consists of putting our people on one accord. And all our people have been introduced to the Bible. So we all been introduced to this book. We can find out the one truth about it. And we can all put our energy to the fulfillment of it rather than the worship of it. See, they taught us to worship the book, not fulfill it. So the truth is going to give us the motivation, the strength to fulfill the Bible as a global people. That's what's going to profit us. These things are actually happening. And that's what we bring it to all the people around the world. And that's what's going to remove all this deception because, like I say, everybody base their teachings off the Bible. Whether they're reading the Adam chart, whether they're talking about the beginning of creation, all these things is based off the foundation of what the Bible says. This is what the whole world is under. So we have the truth to remove our people from worshiping the book, worshiping the idols, and getting on one accord to fulfill the book, which is our redemption. That's what we're here for. But you have some background noise, brother. I had to mute you. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, and this is where one thing I've learned, that sister that spoke earlier, and it shows that, you're trying to get her to understand that, and she has no knowledge about Ethiopia. Ethiopia is one of the, when it comes to knowledge about the scriptures, Christianity, Ethiopia is one of the richest countries in the world that has that. The colonizers didn't get the opportunity to infiltrate Ethiopia as how they wanted to. The schools there are different. The food there are different. The education there is different. Everything is different. We in the Caribbean here, there is a lot of migration of Caribbean nationals going to Ethiopia to live, like Trinidad, Grenada, Jamaica, because they know the truth. They are seeking the truth. Right, brother? They know. We have this culture in the Caribbean whereby, we are, how I should say that, we are conscious of the Creator.
Mm-hmm.
Conscious of the Creator. And we are being ships that is being scattered abroad. And in order for that government to be set up that you have spoken about, we must look to Ethiopia, where the throne is at. That's one. And we now need to start, when you say the gathering, we need to hear that call, because he said many are called. We need now to know that, hey, we know the direction we need to look in to the east. No, not just only to the east, to Ethiopia, which is a crown. Then we will understand. Now, when we start gathering ourselves, then we will go back there.
Well, brother man, kind of what we are doing, we have a petition. We have a declaration. So these things have been declared. So the throne that's in Ethiopia, and I agree with you a lot. The throne that's in Ethiopia, Christ that's among us right now, will be placed on that throne. And this will give us the jurisdiction, the notoriety, all these things that we trying to get, will be established with this Christ being put on that throne. So this is why we even talking to each other around the four corners of the earth. Because the scriptures talk about Christ gathering us and restoring the tabernacle of David that's in Ethiopia. So right now, we are talking to people around the four corners of the earth. Why? Because now the prophecy is being fulfilled. So all our brothers have to really recognize the Christ. It's not about what we think. It's really about the order that we have to create to receive our inheritance. Because if we don't create the order, we never get the inheritance.
Brother, you see, and this is where a lot of people is getting misled. You see, Christ said, the word said that any man in Christ is a new creature. No, bro, it's like this now. Ethiopia is a place where a lot of things have taken place, right? And you don't hear it on the news. They don't give you on the news. BBC won't bring it, CNN won't bring it, Fox News won't bring it, all this, because they are more prone to spreading propaganda and lies, deceptions. So with this now, Haile Selassie, which is Lige Tafari, going by the name, and after he was crowned, he was named Haile Selassie. Now, he is Christ in his kingly character. This is why the throne was set up. He is Christ in his kingly character. He was crowned the 2nd of November, 1930.
Well, yeah, but brother man, hey, brother man, like we passed, but Haile Selassie not here no more. That's why the Bible say David will never lack a man to sit on his throne.
True.
So if Haile Selassie not here, where is our Christ to sit on the throne? Because Christ don't hide. Christ don't go in a cave. Christ is just the anointed living vessel. So even before Haile Selassie was crowned, you had other men that was crowned. So Haile Selassie is not the only person that wore the crown. He did wear the crown, but now he's gone. So we as melanated people must find the one that God has chosen. That's among us right now, and we must recognize that individual to get our inheritance. And that's what's going on. And that's what this is what our panel push. We don't really talk about history because history is important to certain things. But history is not that important when it comes to what we have to do. You see what I'm saying? Now, it's good to know history. It's good to know historical facts. But it don't shy away from what we have to do to get our redemption. You know, so we have to find our Christ, the one that's walking among us, the one that's in the struggle like us. And then everything will get to moving.
Right. That's true, you know, and this is where, you know, as I said, knowledge can be a very dangerous thing at the same time, because it's, you know, in knowledge in itself, and not at the same time, no, we say the people will perish for the lack of knowledge. So, you know, there is something that we as a people need to know, and we need to know truth, seek truth. No, there is things that could be true, but it's not truth.
Correct. It's the lie. I agree. It's the lie. Every lie is no lie without the truth. That's what makes the lie so strong. There's no lie without the truth. But we all know the lie. What's the truth? It's the thing. So yeah, I definitely agree with you, man. Like, false knowledge is very dangerous. Knowledge is dangerous because a lot of people don't understand knowledge actually means to know. And that's why I say a lot of people just speaking wisdom. They're not giving knowledge. They're giving wisdom. But they really don't know. So it's causing the people to lack. They are without knowledge. My people lack knowledge because of the wisdom that's being brought to them. And wisdom is considered a she. That's why you always talked about the virgin birth. Because you're going to have somebody born from undefiled wisdom that will bring the people wisdom to know. So they won't be lacking knowledge. See, we wouldn't be lacking knowledge if the wisdom wasn't defiled. But everybody's wisdom is defiled, so we lack the knowledge, which is the knowing. So we can't do if we don't know. You know, all we can do is be ignorant. Like you said, come up here and throw stones at people that's trying to help you. Because you ignorant and you don't know. Man. So,
you know, brother, I mean, looking at this is where you see when it comes to certain people, I don't prolong certain conversation, because he said, do not throw your pearls to swines. I'm not calling anybody a swine, but it's what it is, you know, bro. You know, and because when he says swine, because people do have animalistic behavior.
I agree.
They do show traits of animalistic behavior. So when you see they start behaving like animals, you need to start training them and treating them like animals.
I agree.
This is why they say the horse need bridle, you know. But the tongue of men, no one can tame.
I agree. No one. I agree. Yeah, that tongue. That's why I say the power of life and death as well in the tongue. The power of life and death is in the tongue. So I definitely agree with you, brother.
You know, and this is where I truly believe if you want truth and you're seeking the truth, as the word said, those that come to worship the Creator must come to worship Him in spirit and in truth. You cannot be following up this. You cannot be having issues following up the deceptive message, leaning on your own understanding, and expect that you will reach to the destination of truth.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree.
It doesn't work that way, brother.
I definitely gave you a follow, brother, man. You got some good knowledge on you, brother. If you want to message us, man, to get with our movement with other brothers and sisters, like I say, everything, like you said, is linked to Ethiopia. We'll be glad to have you, brother. But like I say, man, you know, you can reach out to us at the website. We definitely appreciate you coming up, man, sharing that knowledge. And
I am really based in the Caribbean.
Okay.
Lovely island they call Grenada. Very, very lovely island. You know, it's a paradise. I would say here on the island here, it's like,
and see,
you know, heaven on earth.
That's what I'm mad at. All our brothers been living in America for this long. We don't know nothing about these islands that's full of black people. Like, I didn't. You couldn't have told me. All these islands like
Saint Vincent.
Saint Vincent. What other world boy from?
Saint Lucia.
No.
Jamaica, Trinidad.
Well, we know about Jamaica, Trinidad, but I'm talking about the little islands that we don't really know about. Like what's the Charlie world boy from the single? You know.
You have
Saint
Croix.
Trinidad, Carrico, Petit, Martinique. You have
Saint
Big
Thomas.
Queen,
Yeah, it's like Saint Thomas.
Barbados.
Yeah, Saint Thomas. Like man, these islands full of black people. Look like I'm like man, what's been going on? We ain't know nothing.
Yep.
I knew nothing about it, and I know I'm not the only one. You see what I'm saying? So I just like to show people and make them realize how this prophecy is actually happening. We are being connected to our distant relatives, but we don't know the reason. We just think, oh, this is technology. No, everything is happening the way it's supposed to, but we're not taking advantage of it. We on here arguing with each other. We on here trying to see who got the best knowledge, instead of coming together, building the government that it truly takes for us to fix our problems. And that's what I be trying to get people to see, man. You know, it's a reason why we talking to our brothers and sisters all over the world, man. It's not by coincidence. And I just want my people to see that and really be in tune with why these things are happening. You know. But like I say, man.
I really do appreciate. I would like to be a part of your movement. I mean, I was here on walk one day and I was just sitting and I just needed something to keep my mind occupied, you know. And I stumbled upon the video and I need not scroll anymore. I listened. I took a good while. I listened. I looked at the videos. I listened well, and I was like, yo, some people just don't get it, yo. The truth is right in front of their eye, but because that's deception is like a veil over their eyes. They cannot see. See, eyes they have, but cannot see. Ears they hear, but they have, but cannot hear. Mm-hmm. You know, so it tells a lot. It tells a lot how the deception is real in the world. The whole world is being deceived, bro.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's really, that's why it's important for the seers to come together, man. That's what we trying to do. Call them seers, because as you see, very few people see. And if you do see, that's a blessing that God has given you. And you gotta take advantage of it, man, because our people are struggling. All nations are in a struggle right now, and especially us. So definitely, man, like I say, reach out to us, man. We can link you in, and like I say, let's build, brother. Let's build. We know it's time to wake up our brothers everywhere.
No problem. You will see my name coming up regular. I will always look at your videos. I have it as the first notification when it comes up. You know, so I will definitely keep in touch. Peace and grace, brother. Peace and grace. Sister, peace and grace to you.
Peace.
All right, brother. Peace, man.
Hello.
What's up, brother, man?
What's going on?
You got it.
So, we were conversing the other day, and I asked you about the order of our spirit, and if it mattered if we were the first person that our spirit went through, and you said it didn't matter, and then you went on to say that Jesus wasn't the first vessel for our spirit. You said that it was somebody else.
You tongue twisted, but spirit is thought, brother. The Holy Spirit is the separated thought that come from God. Everybody got a spirit. Everybody don't have the Holy Spirit.
Why not?
The Holy Spirit will make you separated from the understanding of the rest of the world. It's
right,
a set apart.
Only because it was one spirit.
Well, that's what I say. I don't know your standpoint of what you're saying, but I'm just trying to give you clarification of where I'm coming from.
Do you believe everything came from one place, like one source, or two?
What do you mean everything? What do you mean by everything?
Like everything that was created that you see in your image, do you believe that it came from one thing or two things?
No, it came from one source, but that one source dwelt in many people. Like I don't know if you're talking about the trees or just the earth part, or you talking about the physical creation, because one person don't build a house, but it all comes from the same source.
Right.
That same source is thought. That
So if
same
we're all
source
in
of
that house,
thought that gives the flesh ability
we're all
to
in that
create.
house. Does it matter with the order that we came in if we're all in the same house?
I don't. The order is dealing with. It don't matter. I don't like. What is your question, brother? Tell me your question first.
Yes. Yesterday I tried to tell you that Jesus was the first person that God created and sent our spirit through, and you said that it didn't matter because there was no order in God's spirit.
Oh, no,
I'm
He
just
never said
I
that.
was
He never
confused.
said that.
well, brother man, I never said that. So what's your question now? You saying Christ was the first person that God created before anybody else, right?
That's what he said.
Well, Christ is the firstborn among his brethren. Now,
Of
to be
born of the
born of
dead.
God, to be created by God, you have to, again. This is when the Holy Spirit descends upon you and gives you a renewed mind. Now you have became the creation of God that separated you from mankind. So again, Christ is the firstborn from the dead. That means the dead state of mind that the individual in walking in the flesh. Then the
That
Holy
means
Spirit becomes upon that individual and gives him a set apart thought, which
that
makes
means
him a
we
new
all
body.
follow him, right?
Huh?
That means we all follow him because he was the first, right? So there's an order there.
No, the firstborn is the one that God calls from among people to give that Holy Spirit to. That's what Christ represents. It's a title given to the firstborn among the people to bring forth the image of God.
Right. So
Christ
if
is
we're
not
all
deity.
the image of God, there was an order that we had to go through, right? The first.
We're not all. Yeah, you all. Everybody have to go through the Son. The Son will be the living vessel that's among you that God chooses. The Son is not a character or a person that came 2,000 years ago. The Son is the living vessel that's chosen from among you and anointed by God.
So in order to say that when Jesus left and that he returns, when he comes back through us, right? He's reborn into new vessels.
Well, you don't get it, brother man.
We just told you that he never came 2,000 years ago.
You know
So
that
he
Christ don't come
said that
back.
you saw him yesterday. You said you saw Christ.
Brother man, Christ don't come from the sky. Christ come from among the people.
He comes through spirit.
Right now, the return of Christ will happen from an individual among you who God put the Spirit in. And this gonna be the vessel you have to go through. This will be the anointed one. This will be the Christ. So a 2,000-year-old person is never coming back. Nobody in the past never coming back. Every time there's a Christ, God called them from among the people and put the Spirit upon them. Then they become created by God. That's why they call it the begotten one.
Right.
The begotten one is the created one of God.
That's right. And nobody that was created is without the Spirit. Everybody has it, right?
No, you have to receive the Holy Spirit by going through Christ.
What moves their body if they don't have a spirit?
They don't have the Holy Spirit. I told
How
you
many
in the
spirits
beginning.
are there? We just said that there was
I told you this in the beginning. Everybody has a spirit, brother.
right, and it's one spirit, one source.
Yes, when it comes to God, but everybody is not connected to God, brother.
I thought God was our spirit.
All right, man. Well, thank you for coming up.
See, that's what happened yesterday. You ran again.
No, what that tell you? Don't come back. Okay.
Like, listen, please listen, y'all.
If you can't receive it, I can't make you receive it. I'm not up here to. If I'm calling myself Christ, you think I'm up here to be taught? That'd be foolish to even come up here. Now we could talk.
Peace, Black Lion.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up? Peace.
Peace. Been listening for a long time, ever since the woman from Africa was before the woman from Africa came on, and she made a lot of great points, but I don't think you were listening. I mean, we can all sing together, sing at the same time, but we can't talk at the same time. And I think it's important for us to have an exchange of understanding, a dialogue, a conversation.
Well, man, I have conversations with many people. I don't think people understand what we truly have to do. A lot of people just want to be heard. That's where we at. But What is your position to clarify you think you need to be heard? What is your position for me to hear you out? Now, again, I'm gonna hear my brothers and sisters out regardless of your position. But I'm just talking on a logical point. So what is your position for you to be heard?
Well, my position is, in order for us to come together as a diaspora, we're going to have some reasoning sessions. We're going to have to agree to at least sit down at the table with one another.
That's what I'm saying. Well, first you got to get the leaders to sit down. You can't sit down with everybody. So you telling me, are you a leader of the people?
No, brother, we don't have a leader. We don't have leaders yet. We haven't come together to ascertain leaders. We have all self-appointed people that believe themselves to be leaders.
I definitely agree. I definitely agree.
Now,
But we also
in
have
order
leaders,
for us to have leaders, we're going to have to all come together to decide who's going to be the leader, because everybody
but
can't
how-
lead. But
Okay,
let's go backwards. Let's go backwards. Let's go backwards. We're moving forward
I
here.
want to ask you this before we go backwards. How do we come together?
You know, that's a good question. That's a very good question, because every one of us appear to be on different wavelengths. Every one of us appear to have different perspectives that's not willing to sit down with one another. So your question is a excellent question. How are we going to do that?
Okay, well, we got to silence the Babel. We have to silence Babylon. This is the first step. And this is, you can connect it to Bible prophecy, or we could just talk regular talk. If we don't silence the Babel that's got us going in all these different directions, we won't come together. Because you're going to continue to go your way, and I'm going to continue to go my way until the Babylon is ceased.
Well, I understand the use of the term Babylon in the Torah, whether I agree with it or not. But I think it's ill placed. Haven't you noticed that every great black civilization in the Torah is evil, wicked, bad, and or gay?
Well,
Name
I
one
see that in
great
real
black
life.
civilization that wasn't one of those things.
Well, brother man,
In the
the
Torah.
Bible, that's why I didn't really want to get, the Bible is an end time prophecy. The Bible is not about a lot of historical things, like as we take it. That's why in Revelations, we still in Babylon. We're in Babylon in Genesis, and we're in Babylon in Revelations. Because guess what? The same
But Babylon
Babylon
was one place.
Nimrod.
Babylon was one place, and then that great black city was used multiple times in a discouraging fashion.
Well, no,
But it was
no.
one place.
I want to ask you this
Like
then.
Ethiopia or Kush was in one place.
Okay, I want to ask you this then. What does Babylon mean to you?
Babylon was a great black city.
Well,
Kush was a great black
that's what I'm
empire.
saying. Okay, well, our two different, Babylon is what comes from the lips of our
So,
leaders. That
I
keep the
understand
people
I understand
in the
how
midst
you're
of
using it.
confusion.
I understand how you're using it. But are you aware that Babylon was a place?
Well, Babylon is a place, person, or thing. So I agree with you. I
I'm
agree
not
with you. in a sense.
asking you, is it a person, place, or thing? I'm asking you, are you aware that Babylon was a place?
No, it's an end time prophecy.
So Babylon was never a city, and it was never a place in what they call Iraq now.
No.
No. So you telling me Babylon was never a city in the Kushite Empire?
No.
Okay, well, we will have to agree to disagree there. But it's kind of hard for me to disagree with a person who I know is clearly wrong. But let's move on for sake. Let's just move on for sake. My brother, we will have to reason the New Testament and the Christ of the New Testament's authenticity. Let me finish before you interrupt me. I say we can all sing together at the same time, but we can't talk at the same time. If you would like to interject, I'll be quiet. Go ahead. Say what you want to say. Get your thought out, because I don't want you to lose it.
Go ahead. No, I thought you had paused, but go ahead.
No, I didn't pause. Well, I was saying we will have to reason the authenticity of the New Testament and this Christ, because clearly the Torah contradicts the New Testament. Clearly in the Torah, it said that Yah never knew this Jesus. It clearly said every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess to Yah. But then you had others write the New Testament saying you're going to do that with Jesus. Yahshua, Yehoshua, by any name you would like to use. But clearly in the Old Testament or the Torah, it contradicts the entire New Testament from the beginning to the end. Now, I would like to ask you, how is it that in Isaiah, where Yah says he created the heavens and the earth, Yah said he is the foundation. He said, look to him and be ye saved. But you say it's you got to look to Christ or Jesus or any other person.
Well, brother man, this is why we say the Bible is a sealed book. This is also, see, we'll skip over the principles we need to stand on when we pick up the book. When you pick up the Bible, no man is worthy to unseal it. Nobody. That's why when you talk about the Christ character, the Christ never came. The Christ that they lied to us about came 2,000 years ago. He never came. Because if you understand the Bible correctly, it's prophesied for him to only come in the last days, because Christ gathers the people from the four corners of the earth. Now, the 2,000-year-old Christ didn't gather the people from the four corners of the earth. He left and flew to the sky. That's the Roman indoctrination that has deceived the whole world. So now people can't put the New Testament and Old Testament together because we don't understand what they mean.
Can I ask a question? But go ahead, finish your point. But I have a question on you mentioning the book has been sealed. But go ahead, finish. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, because to answer your question, or really what you said, because your question was dealing with Christ of the New Testament, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the Christ of the New Testament will be walking the earth in the last days, not 2,000 years ago. So we actually reading the New Testament, but we are the New Testament. But we can't see that. That's what we blind to. So how are Christ going to give us our sight back? By making us see we are the New Testament, because we blind to it. That's what Christ is doing in the earth. So that's why the New Testament goes right with the Old Testament and the Torah, because what Moses said we was going to be scattered around the four corners of the earth. So the New Testament talks about Christ coming and gather us. That's why our name Peter, Paul, Luke, and John. We don't have African names no more. We have the Roman names because we under the Roman Empire. And this is the secret that we don't know.
Okay, I'm waiting for you to say that I could interject because I had a point to make.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. That's what I want to say.
Are you referring to in Revelations where it said the book has been sealed?
Well, it says it in Daniel. Jeremiah,
Exactly. That's my point. That's the point I was about to make. That's the point I was about to make. The book was sealed in Daniel. O Daniel, go thy way, for the book has been sealed for all times. How could there be a New Testament if the book was sealed in Daniel?
Because, brother man, the New Testament is just a rewrite of the Old.
Not so.
I'm finna give you a mystery. Let me give you a mystery. Very short mystery.
Very well.
Moses wrote in Genesis, all Joseph's brothers had to come to Joseph, right? You know the Egypt story. It was a famine in the land.
The comedic story, yes.
Everybody had to come to Joseph, right?
Mm-hmm.
Joseph was with Mary in the New Testament. So this is the same
name, different people.
Hear me out. This is the same story, and that's why Christ has the Last Supper. So the New Testament and the Old Testament, they go together, but we don't understand the parable. We don't know the allegory. We don't know the secret meaning to the story. All we have is the stories compiled all together, but nobody know the meanings. So the Joseph and Mary story is just a rewrite of the Joseph story in Genesis, where the stone gonna come from Joseph. But since we don't know this, we take it as stories and follow a fake timeline that don't exist.
I understand every word you're saying. I just completely disagree with you. It's fine. It's fine. We could walk together and disagree with one another at the same time and go our separate ways. However, the Joseph of the Old Testament is not the same Joseph of the New Testament, such as Christ, the one you call Christ, Jesus. In order to sit on the throne of David, his genealogy will have to be in the book, his fathers and forefathers, but it's not in the book. Right there in Matthew 1, you see the genealogy of Joseph, who was not Jesus' father. So that's Joseph's genealogy. But my point is that those two characters are not the same. I can understand you saying they're the same, but I just disagree with you. Likewise, I disagree with you that the book was sealed in Daniel, and then you could add a New Testament when Yah said it had been sealed for all times. May I ask the question?
Just because they put a New Testament, don't mean it ain't sealed. Just don't mean the New Testament not sealed.
The New
Everything is
Testament could
sealed
never be an
until the
addition
person.
to something that's been sealed for all times.
But everything, just because they made it, the New Testament is just a foreshadow of the last days. The New Testament is talking about Christ coming from Babylon. This in the first chapter of Matthew. It talks about the captivity of David. So the New Testament is just a foreshadow of how the new covenant, the new song, will be brought to the 144. That's why I say New Testament. Where does the New Testament come from? Christ among his people.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I just totally disagree with it.
I heard you.
Completely, utterly.
Trust me, I know you're gonna disagree. I'm just putting it out there
Can
because
I ask the question?
Hold on,
Can I ask the question?
You asked a good question, so I just wanted the people to hear an answer, whether they agree with it or
Agree
not.
with it or not.
You know
Very well.
the food is
I
on the table.
understand.
You know,
I understand that
we
you
ain't
make
gonna
a
be
good
like
point.
Mike. We ain't gonna make Tina eat the cake. We just gonna put it there. So
Very well.
basically what I'm saying is the New Testament talks about us. That's why you can't teach it. Because what we doing unseals the New Testament. All the pastors and leaders and people of the Bible, when they read the New Testament, it was sealed to them. They just was reading it. They couldn't unseal it. Who is unsealing it? Christ.
Can I ask
So
the question?
New Testament is still sealed up.
Can I ask the question?
Go ahead.
In the Torah, there's various places where Yah speaks, right? And he speaks to various different people. Yah spoke to Abraham. Abraham ate with him and washed his feet.
No. These are Moses' writings, brother. These are Moses' parables. We Abraham, brother. We the Abraham that's in captivity that's gonna meet Melchizedek with the bread and wine.
Okay, I understand you disagree. I understand you disagree. But let me get out what I'm saying. Let me get out what I'm saying.
Allegory. These Abraham is allegory in the New Testament. They say Abraham 2 sons, his 2 wives are allegory. They represent the 2 covenants.
I understand what you're saying. And we both disagree with one another. But let me get out what I'm saying, so you can further disagree. I'm saying in the Torah, Yah speaks for himself. He don't need you, Jesus, or Moses, or anyone else speaking for him, because recordedly he spoke for himself. My point is this: nowhere in the New Testament can you find Yah speaking to anyone. Nowhere in the Old or the New can you find Yah condoning the New Testament.
Okay,
I mean, I understand you ordain it, I understand you condone it, but nowhere in the New Testament does Yah speak to anyone. Not a mumbling word. But throughout the Old Testament, he spoke for himself.
So God,
now my question ultimately would be is this: is your words greater than Yah's, or should Yah's words supersede your own?
So where's Yah's words?
It's in the Torah.
That's not, brother man. When Moses was anointed, where was the Torah?
What do you mean when Moses was anointed, where was the Torah?
I'm asking. Moses didn't have a Torah when he was talking to God.
True indeed.
So how
it
can
came
the word
later when Yah told him to write the book?
Oh, so Moses wrote the God's word.
Very well, exactly. So it's recorded.
So what you telling me? God used man, right?
Come again?
God used man, then, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when did God stop using man?
In the book of Daniel, when he sealed it for all time.
Oh, so God changed then. I thought we don't have an unchanging God.
Who said he changed? No one said he changed.
You say he stopped using man. Now, God always used man up until Daniel. God stopped using man, so God made a change.
I wouldn't say that that's a change.
Okay, now, okay, well, I agree with you a little bit. God ain't using man no more because God using the Son. And everybody except the Son, these will be the people who God used. So I'm gonna read this verse to you in the
I
New
would
Testament.
disagree that
Hold
that's
on,
his
brother.
son.
I'm gonna read this verse to you in the New Testament because you say God didn't use people to speak. God spoke for himself. God don't talk.
I
God
never
don't have.
said that.
Yes, you, brother man, you say God spoke for himself in the Torah. And I'm finna
Yes.
show you God did not speak for himself. God used people to speak for God. Because God don't have a tongue, God don't have lips, because God is spirit.
So you telling me when y'all said,
Well, I'm finna show you. I'm finna show you, because you said what you said, like you said, we just disagreeing to bring sharpness. We sharpen each other, you
all
know.
right, lion sharpens lion.
So right now we're in Hebrews 1:1. It says, God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto our fathers by the prophets. So how did God speak back then?
I know what that book said. That book
Well,
said
I'm just
he
saying, well,
spoke
you
to the
can
prophets.
disagree, but
Could you read it once again and listen closely to what you read? Hold
okay.
on, I'm gonna
It
turn
say
to it
God.
with you.
I'm gonna read it again. God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets.
Now my question to you is, how did he spake to them? By the prophets.
What are prophets?
I know what prophets are, but you're not
No,
answering my question.
I don't
You're
know.
asking
The
another
question you
question.
asked me, I don't know. I just want you. Do you
Well,
agree?
wait a minute. You said
Prophets are
he didn't
people. Hold
have
on, brother.
lips.
Hold on, man. Slow down.
You,
Do you agree? Prophets are people.
yes, I agree.
So God used people to speak. God didn't speak. God used people to speak. So the person that God
I'm not
used in
saying
this
that. I don't
verse.
agree with that part, but I do understand you're saying that because you just read it
Brother
yourself.
man, I was
What's
just
the
showing
chapter and
you.
verse? Hebrews,
I
what
was
are you
just showing
reading?
you how God. Now let me read the next verse to show you what's going on in these
What's the
last.
verse? What's the verse where you at? Hebrews what?
I'm in Hebrews chapter 1. I read verse 1, and now I'm finna read verse 2.
Mm-hmm.
So verse 2 says, had in these last days spoken to us by his son. So in the last days, who was going to speak for God? The Son.
I understand again that the New Testament says that, but y'all didn't say that. Paul
Okay,
said
all right,
that.
okay,
Now
well, brother
hold on.
man.
Now here's my question: Who
No, no, no,
is?
no, 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 because you answered your question, so we got to bring clarity to the lie.
Oh,
Because
wait
I'm
a
finna
minute, my
show you in
brother.
the
Let me
Torah, and
interject one
I'll
thing.
give you back the mic. I'm going to give you back the mic after this.
Okay, go
I'm going to
ahead.
show you in the Torah what God put his words in the prophet's mouth, who Moses said, obey him. Let's go to Deuteronomy
Exactly.
18:18.
Go to where now?
Let's go to Deuteronomy 18, verse 18. You know,
I'm here.
18:18. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
It says, I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee,
Mm-hmm.
and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I should command him. So where was
Exactly.
God's words put?
Into the prophet.
In his mouth, right?
In his mouth.
So God don't change, right?
Yep.
So if God don't change, where God's word always gonna be put at? In a book or in somebody's mouth?
In someone's mouth. Now let me interject.
Go
Let
ahead.
me interject. You read what Paul said. Paul said that in Hebrew.
I'm in Deuteronomy, brother.
Let,
I'm in
let me
Deuteronomy.
let me finish. You interrupted me, brother. You asked me, told me you'll let me speak after you were finished.
You're right. Go ahead.
We could sing together, but we can't talk at the same time. In Hebrew 1, that's Paul's writings. Paul said that. Now, who is the deity, the God of the heavens and earth? Is it Paul or is it Yah?
It's always God, brother.
I'm asking you, who is the Ancient of Days? Who is the God of Israel? Is it Paul or is it Yah?
It's God.
I'm
Paul
not
not the
asking
Ancient
you
of Days.
that. I'm asking you, is it Paul or is
I
it
just
Yah?
told you it's God, brother. I
So
just
why
said
are you
that.
listening to Paul?
Brother man, I read you talked about the Torah.
I'm talking
So
about
hold on,
Hebrew
hold
1
on,
and
brother man.
1.
I just gave you a precept to what
Brother,
Paul said. Listen. I just gave you a precept to what Paul said, man.
I dig what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying. I do understand the words coming out of your mouth.
Hold on, brother man. Well, why are you going back to Paul if I went to the
Because that's
Torah
where you
and
started from.
validated? Hold up, no. But I validated what I said
You did
using the
not
Torah.
validate it.
Okay,
You
so
did not
let's
validate it because Paul is not a prophet chosen by
brother
Yah.
man, scratch Paul out the equation.
I
Let's go
can't
to
because you
Deuteronomy.
started with Hebrews 1 and 1.
All right. Hey, Black Lion. We're not gonna
You
do this.
asked for it in
You
the
already
New
said
Testament.
we could disagree to disagree.
True
So
that?
okay, you disagree on Paul. Erase Paul.
Okay. Now
Okay, now let's
let's
go
go
back
back
to
to Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy. Let's go back to Deuteronomy
Yes.
18 and 18, and let's
Yes.
deal with that because it said the same thing.
It does not say the same thing.
Okay, well, break it down, brother. Break it down on what Deuteronomy 18:18 says.
It's self-explanatory. You said the
So
Yah.
where's God word? Okay.
Okay,
So
you
you told me
interjected
the
me. You asked
Torah.
me to break it down, and then you interjected me.
No. You said it's self-explanatory. So when she
I,
said that was the
so
answer.
I'm giving you the answer, but
Well,
you
you
keep
gave me the answer. You
interjecting
said
me.
so.
You still
So now you gonna
interjecting
break
me.
it down?
You're still interjecting me.
I'm asking what you finna do. Are you finna break Deuteronomy
Yes,
20,
yes.
18?
I'm about to tell you what this says. Prior, you said Yah didn't have any lips. Yah doesn't speak. But clearly, right here where you read it, he says, I will raise them up a prophet among their brethren, likened unto thee, and I will put my words, mine, in their mouth. So Yah must have words then, right?
But does he speak?
Yes.
He speaks through the prophet.
Yes. And he speaks
Okay,
for
so God
himself.
doesn't speak. Okay, so God doesn't speak.
Well,
He
well,
puts his spirit into the living
well, can I
vessel
show
to
you
speak
where
for
Yah
him.
speaks for himself? Because it's all through the Torah where
All right,
Yah speaks for
hey, Black
himself
Line.
through his prophets.
Hey, Black Line.
Yes.
You said God's word was the Torah, but we showed you God's word get put in the mouth. You confess that God's word get put in the mouth. So that's the reason of me going to the scripture because you say the word is the Torah. I
My
say the
brother, you
word is
know it
not
was
the
in the
Torah.
mouth before it was in the Torah, right? How you
But
think it got in the Torah?
the Torah is a vision of what Christ gonna do. That's
Not
why
so. We disagree.
Moses wrote the Torah. Moses wrote about Christ.
We disagree. He never mentioned Christ. I'm going to show you something. Right here in Isaiah 45. Let's read it. Right here in Isaiah 44, I mean to say. Thus saith the Lord, thus saith Yah, the King of Israel, thus saith Yah. I am and his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts. I am the first, I am the last, and beside me there is no God. Who is saying that?
Yeah, Drew had a phone call.
Oh, okay. I could wait. I could wait, sister. Thank you. Oh, I misread too. I'm looking at 45, but I was reading 44. Oh, it says it all through 45 and 44.
Yeah, my bad, y'all.
No problem, my brother. No problem.
Well, so what verse you was going to, brother? Cause we going in
I was
circles
I
now,
was
man.
I mistakenly said 44, but I meant to say Isaiah 45.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm at 45 and 21.
All right.
I'm going to read down from 21 to 23. It says, "Tell ye and bring them near. Yea, let them take counsel together, who have declared this from the ancient of times, who have told it from that time. Have not I Yah? And there is no God else beside me, a just God and a Savior. There is none beside me. Look unto me and be ye saved, all the ends of the earth. I am Elohim, and there is none else." Hold on. "I have sworn by myself, the word is gone out of my mouth in righteousness, and shall not return, that unto me every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess." Now here's my point, my brother. First, you said Yah didn't have a mouth. And it said right there he did. He said there is no other Savior to look to but himself. He do not know any. So that would mean one or two things. Either Paul is telling the truth and Yah is a liar, or Yah is telling the truth and Paul and the entire New Testament is a lie.
Well, brother, man, this is what you do. You lack understanding. God is the vessel that God have chosen to put the word in, because God don't put the word in the book. So when I said God don't have a mouth, that's why God chooses a flesh. And that flesh becomes the mouth for God. So when God declared these things in ancient times, who did God use? The flesh. And whatever flesh that God has chosen, that was the mouth of God. So
now,
again, when I said God
you
don't have a mouth,
contradicting that verse.
let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm still saying God does not have a mouth. That's
Okay.
why God, which is spirit, chooses the flesh. This is my point. So right now, when you read in verse 22, well, I think where you started at 20. You started at 22.
I started at 21, but I
21.
think you're looking at 23.
Hold on. It says, "Tell ye and bring them near. Yeah,
23,
let
that's
them
one.
take counsel together." Who
Look
had
at
declared this
23.
from ancient times? Only the people who God put the Spirit in. These are the people that declared it. This is the mouth of God. So this is a scripture I always use.
Read 23, my brother.
Brother, man, you read it,
Please.
brother. You
Well,
read it.
you
I'm just
didn't
trying to
read it.
explain something.
You need to
So,
understand it.
brother, man, you just told me we can't talk at the same time. That's what you've been hollering since we've been on here.
I know, but you didn't
So now you
read
trying to
the
talk while I'm
point you're
talking.
making.
No, brother, man. I'm trying to explain what you read, and you can get the mic back. So,
Okay, go
this is
ahead.
what you don't understand. I always bring this scripture up. Man could not live off bread alone, but every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. This not the mouth. So if God got a mouth right now, where is the mouth? That's what I want to ask you. Where is the mouth of God in 2024?
Again.
No.
I'm answering your question so I can get back to mine. It's with the same Elohim. Now, that's my answer to your question.
Okay.
But let me finish. You said you'll let me finish. I answered your question whether you like the answer or not. I answered it.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. So
you're not gonna let me finish.
I just want to clarify. So
Okay.
when God had a mouth in the Bible, who was God's mouth in the Torah? Who was God's mouth?
You asked yet another question, my brother. You're not clarifying it. You're asking a question. So
I'm trying to see what Elohim you talking about.
You emphatically said, once I'm done and you answer my question, which I did answer your question, I can have the mic back.
Hey, Black Lion, go ahead and make this, and we're gonna go ahead on. Go ahead.
Okay. You continuously say Yah did not have a mouth, but right here in verse 23, 45 and 23, it clearly said he did have a mouth. And he spoke for himself. Now, my point is, you're contradicting what he said. So are you Yah? Are you the Ancient of Days?
Correct.
The Elohim of Israel?
Correct.
You're Yah.
Yeah.
My brother, we got to quit getting high off of mythology. I used to be a Hebrew. I don't believe in none of this. I know it's all plagiarism now, but we just got to quit getting high off of mythology. You have a good day, my king. I appreciate you. Salute.
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 One more.
Oh, no. Oh, yours. What's that?
Rough.
Yep. Now he clearly say God can't have a mouth. If God's spirit, how can God have a mouth if it ain't in the flesh? That's why the word become flesh. What's up, man? Peace, peace.
Peace, my brother. Blessing, isn't it?
Yeah, blessings.
Quite a couple of days now, I'm there listening on the thing, you know. You don't know me, he's a youth, he's a God-fearing youth, you see it? So I like the program where I go on. But I just want to get some clarification on, like, why your purpose, where you try to gain, you know? Like, what are you saying, what your message?
Now, my purpose is to restore our people back to their rightful order. Is also to put us also in government. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to restore the people.
Okay, so may I say that because I'm not really familiar with the term when I use the Yahshua term, because I come from Jamaica, you see me, and we the teachings where we get about God are the Western teachings. We know say yo, the white man write that in the Bible and tell me, you see me. So what we really understand is that for know true God and know where really are going, we have to know our roots, know where we come from, because where them are teach we and know where we come from. Now, as long for the time being, I listen upon the live here. Me keep on hear people talk about Mary and all these people. I've never heard anybody say about Isis, Osiris, Seth, and all these people that were way before and not even too much mentioned in the Bible. Isn't it? But these people were before.
Well, that's why. Really, man, it's about us. It's not really about our ancestors. It's really about us and what we gonna do. So right now, it's very important for us to understand who we are, and not our ancestors. Our ancestors wrote about us, but we don't know this because of the religious and the Western teachings. You know, so the whole Bible is about us and what we have to do. But we'll read the Bible and look for historical figures to try to worship. That's not what the book is written for. The book is written to show us how we're going to come together, judge the world, and the kingdom will be given over to us. Just as the kingdom has been taken from us, it's also going to be given to us. That's the prophecy. That's the prophetic vision that every Bible, no matter what version you get, it talks about. And that's what's happening. So the throne of David is being established again back in Ethiopia to be the White House for Africa, so we can restore government all over the world.
All right, so I understand that. But what I try to forget to you is, if the teachings are wrong, even though it's up to us, our meditation are gonna be wrong. You see me? Because where you get the teachings from, like where you get your teachings from.
Well, my teachings come from what I do. I teach what I do. I don't teach what I don't do. That's like right now, if I'm a carpenter, I can teach carpentry. Why? I do carpentry. So I could be a valid teacher of carpentry and never lie. So if I'm out here building a kingdom, I have a petition. You go to my website. I have a petition to judge the Roman Catholic Church. I have a declaration. So I'm really only revealing what I'm actually doing. I'm not teaching about history. I'm not talking about ancestors I never met. I don't do those things. I literally talk about what I do.
Yeah, so then it comes to with everybody can agree to say that then just like you can talk about what you're doing in your aspect, you will say, all right, this is God-like. What may I do? As some feel like say I'm supposed to do it. Like me as an individual, I can have the same feeling without the teachings that you have, or without whatever you know about the God that you know. Me naturally know say when me I do wrong, me I do wrong. When me I do right, me I do right. You see me? Me don't need a police for determine, for say, alright, you know, you're never supposed to do that, nor you supposed to do that. Like, me naturally know when me I do things from when me know say, me I do things wrong. You see me? So, it's not to say that you are anybody special. I mean, I don't downgrade the thing or thing. If you want to say you're a Messiah, you can say you're a Messiah, because I have my son named Messiah. You see me? But everybody is God-like, brother. I just you, as an individual, have to push that out. There is no religion cause division. You see me? So you can't talk about religion, you have to talk about spirituality. More, you have to live on a spiritual realms. For really, you see me? Understand the whole concept of God.
But we denounce religion. We know all religions is false. We already talk about that.
No, we're born religion, man. You see me? Spirituality we deal with, so that's the real realms. You have to understand yourself, you have to know yourself, you know where you come from, and that's how you're going to know a job. Because me, grew up in a church, you know. You see me? Christian over my church, me grew up in a. You see me? But from reach a certain age, born church, because when I start asking the pastor certain things, him cannot answer me. He might tell me about
Well, brother, man, that's why right now we have to understand.
Adam and Eve, and them have Cain and Abel go off.
Well, brother, man, we don't talk about none of that. That's not what we push. That's what the rest of the world. We way past the Adam and Eve story. We passed the Bible. Now we have the tools and the knowledge to show people in the Quran, the Bible, Egyptology, the Book of the Dead. We can pick up any book and show our people the truth. That's the God that's in us. But we don't follow the books. We don't follow no religion. We are actually here building the kingdom. We are judging the Roman Catholic Church. So if you go to my website, you're going to see a petition to judge the Roman Catholic Church. Now, reading the Bible, knowing about Set, that's not going to judge the Roman Catholic Church. We have to do it. We the people. So what I'm doing is to judge, bring forth the judgment that's going to help us establish the things we need to establish. Because without removing the government, we can't establish nothing. Because who has control? The government. So what is a revolution? A revolution is to overthrow the government because you have a better plan. See, we want the government to move because we mad at the government. I'm mad at America, so I want America to shut down. Well, what's the plan when America shut down? See, this is what I talk about. All that religious dogma, all that book talk, man, we got to get out of that. So that's why we talking about nation building. We here to nation build. Now, the only people we talking religion about those that's trapped in the religion. Because we have the tools to get them out of the trap. That's why you got to know everybody's language. So we know everybody's language. We can talk to atheists. We can talk to anybody and pull them out of their condition so they could be a better governor for their people. That's our only focus right now. All the religious dogma.
That should be the focus from now. Say, yo, I unite as nation. You see me? All this Jesus Christ talk, we need to drop that Jesus Christ talk. That talk don't make no sense. You see me? We have to unite as one and come together. Because as I say, when we get rid of the beast, them, what's the next step? You see me?
Correct.
So,
and that's why everything just got to be understood. Because the Jesus can be understood. You got to think about it. Nothing is made up. Everything comes from the truth. They just lied about it. And that's why you got to be able to talk to certain people, because certain people, all they know is Jesus. So they need to know the truth about the Jesus. Then you can pull them out their hole. But if you just take Jesus for them, it's like you cover the hole up and you just buried them in there. You left them from dead. But if you're able to tell them the truth about what they are in, then you're able to heal them. You know, But I agree with you. You know, a lot of talks we got to get away from and really get into nation building. We have to.
One other thing I agree with it still what I say. Like in this time, you know, like God can use people now for do the work. You see me? Just like I said, no man, Jesus Christ now come back. No old man from them time, then now come back in a flesh, no spirit. You see me? But he might use we know as the nowadays people, just like him use Selassie in a film time, for him teach and do what him have to do. You see me? So we can set to the concept of that, say, yeah, that is so true. You see me? Because him do use we for do things. And everybody have the atmosphere there and just know, say, them can, you know, do the thing right. But me still not have to say, go on do your thing still. You have to go on, as I say, go and talk about the unification of ourselves, you see, for we unite and know, say, yo, we have to have a goal and a aim and know, say, anytime we overthrow them, we are set ourselves because them not have nothing, you see me? And we control everything, we control all the mineral, everything, and we control it. You see me? And we, Father, don't give it to us. We are the first people on earth. You see me? Nobody but us. We are the leaders of this world. So I just that we need to just unite and know, say, once we unite, nobody can stop me. Earth big enough for the whole of, you know.
That's why we gotta hit the system, not like this. We gotta come together like this. That's what the fist represents. Everybody coming together in their position. The thumb not being, I want to be the pinky. No, everybody just come together, make that fist, and we break the system in pieces. And that's what we are lacking right now. We are all caught up on either religion or false knowledge or I would like to say false wisdom or defiled wisdom, and they're just separating us. It's one way, it's one God, and it's one truth. You know, it's one destiny. Because we all trying to be free. We all want life to be more abundant. Everybody want that. So that's one destiny. There's only one way to get there. You know, and there's only one God. So those are the concepts we have to really focus on and really put our thought and energy to. Rather than, oh, look at me, I got this knowledge. Oh, I know this. It ain't really about what we know. It's about what you can do. See, this is not a time of what can you do. Shit, I know a lot of people that say, man, I know this. They ain't did nothing. They haven't did nothing. But they know this. And that's getting old right now, especially with this conscious community. Because we're not dumb people. We lost people. See, we're not dumb. We are lost. So once you find the way, you don't teach the way, you show the way. And nobody is showing us nothing. Everybody teaching us. You know, and like I say, that's what we're getting away from, man. And that's why we encourage, go check out the petition. How many people you know trying to judge the Roman Catholic Church?
No, I burn them church in Jamaica, you know, Papa. We burn the Pope straight, you see? I tell you the truth. We burn them churches straight.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but how many people you know trying to judge them?
Well, we don't really, as I tell you, we grew up on a culture where we
no, brother, man. No.
So everybody in Jamaica, we know burn the Pope, burn that straight.
Well, no, but brother, I say how many people are trying to judge the Roman Catholic Church?
Well,
do you know, hold on, well, brother man, do you know anybody? Do you know anybody that's trying to judge the Roman Catholic Church?
What do you mean by judge them?
Remove them from their seats and their power and their jurisdiction.
No, not in my world, brother. We the far out of that. We can't even, we don't have the power for that.
Well, brother man, that's what I want my people to know. I'm here to show us we have the power. That's why I keep telling you, if you go to my website, I have stuff in play to judge these people. I'm trying to get my people aware that we have this power. You just said we was the leaders. Why people are leading us? Why people are leading us if we are the leaders? Because nobody has showed us the way of how to lead. That's what I'm doing. So I am the only one that's representing African melanated black people that's trying to judge the Roman Catholic Church. and making my people aware that they have the power to do. I'm the only one I know, and I'm not tooting my own horn. That's why I ask people, do we know anybody else that's judged in the Roman Catholic Church? And nobody has ever showed me nobody else.
Well, as well, I can say to you, we don't know about me, don't know nobody where actually I try and put a foot to say, yo, let's get rid of these people. But here we bond these people, and this is because of them divide us, as we can say. You see me? Them divide us, them make Jamaica. Notice first thing, you know, if Jamaica was ever the size of America with Jamaicans in it, them would have problems, you know.
Well, you gotta understand.
When they divide with, them know what they do, what they do. You see me? Them know what they do when they want to keep we ignorant, because most of our people them ignorant, you know. Our grandmother ignorant, you know. You can't tell them nothing, you know. You can't tell them nothing about for them Jesus Christ. You see me?
Oh yeah, the same way in America. You know, and that's what make America so hard to control, because it's so big. Like America not big, but for people to take over, it's big. It's not a small island. You know, it take a lot to travel on the whole other side of the West Coast if you're on the East Coast. You see what I'm saying? So we are so divided in America. We so scattered. We are very scattered in America. Like when you talk about Haiti and Jamaica, you got that little island where everybody is connected. You know, everybody's around each other. So you got a different kind of energy. But right now in America, we got black cliques. We got a black clique in the South. We got a black clique in the East, the Northeast, the Southeast, the West. So we just scattered everywhere, which is why there's no power and unity in America. And Africa, all the leaders been taken. All the leaders getting paid. So everything is just infiltrated, and like you said, we are so divided. That's why we have to come together with the fist. You know, that's what we have to do. We have to come together with the fist, man. That's kind of what we're doing, brother. But like I say, man, I'm gonna give you a follow, brother. I do gotta get back in my queue, man. I got a few people because I got 2 platforms going. But like I say, man, if you want to know more, then go to the website, brother. This is real. Stuff is happening. It's time for us to get in tune, man. But I definitely appreciate you coming up.
Respect. I get the message today. See me? I confuse the most of the people in my life today. The truth I tell them say I'm the Messiah, but as I said, Messiah is a teacher, you know, so you can go and teach my father and keep the thing real, is it? So we're there, blessing.
Salute to you, brother. You got a gift? Huh? Let's see if his spirit is really true. God passed all tests, homie.
Yes. I don't know what you really represent still, so I've been following the live, and I've been looking at the top of the screen where you said teachers apostrophe S, teachers of the Bible hide from Christ. I don't really get that. Why do teachers of the Christ hide from Christ?
Because the teachers of the Bible, I'm going to give you a parable that's very profound that you haven't got the meaning to yet. Now, did Adam hide from God in the garden when he heard the voice?
Oh.
Now,
Adam heard a voice.
He heard a voice. Now,
heard a voice, but
and he hid. Hold up. But this voice
that has nothing to do with Christ.
Hold up. I asked you to listen. So you done already let me know you're not meek. See what I'm saying? You done already presented to me that I can't even give you the truth or speak the gospel to you. Why? You're not meek. The Bible say, speak these things to the meek.
You can't say I'm not meek.
But brother man, you just told me something. I say I'm finna give you the understanding of a parable you never heard before. And you immediately went to your thoughts and told me what you think. That's not meek, brother. It's cool. I'm not mad at you. I call it like it is, man. Some people can't handle that raw truth. So you are not meek, because a meek person wouldn't have told me their thoughts. They would just say, let me hear them out. So right now, I just like to reveal these things because people have misconceptions of why Christ can't do this. Christ was told to speak the gospel to the meek. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people they're not even prepared. If Christ is here to give you something, you can't even receive it because you're not meek. So I just wanted people to keep that in the back of your mind. And that's why the Bible say come to God as a child. So let's just try to start over so we can start on the right foot. Now, I'm not telling you have to believe me, brother. I'm not telling you got to take what I say as 100% or you going to hell. No, I'm just putting it on the table, man. You know? So I was going to give you the understanding and the meaning of the voice and why Adam hid. Because you don't know the meaning of that. You know the story. We all know the story because why? We all got a Bible. So we all read it. But what we all don't know, we don't know the meaning. We don't know the meaning of why Adam hid. We don't even know the standpoint of why Moses was even writing these things. We just read it. But Moses was with God. We waiting on the Son. Moses wasn't waiting on the Son. He was with God. So let's start over. So right now, Christ is the voice of God. Man must not live off bread alone, but every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. God's mouth will be the anointed vessel that God have chosen. So Christ will be the voice. Christ is just a man. But that voice you hear is God. And that gonna cause what? Adam to hide. Now why Adam gonna hide? Because what did Adam do? He ate from the forbidden tree. So all the teachers of the Bible, they didn't get their information from Christ. They got it from a book. So when Christ comes speaking, they're going to realize they naked. So they're going to hide. See, Moses was speaking in parables about what's going to take place in the last days. About how every man going to hide from Christ and his majesty. And now I'm going to give you a scripture. And then you can get the mic back. So let's go to Revelation 6. Since we all know Revelation is the last days, because they do have other scriptures that talk about how people going to hide. You know, like Genesis and Isaiah talk about it. But let's go to Revelation since we know Revelation is the last days. We're going to start at verse 15. Revelation chapter 6, verse 15. So it reads, and the kings of the earth and the great men and the rich men and the chief captains and the mighty men and every bondman and every free man hid themselves in dens and in rocks of the mountains. Every man hid, right? And said to the mountains and the rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day of his wrath is come, and who shall be able to stand? So this is a fear of being what? Exposed. Because this is Judgment Day. So all the teachers is hiding from the voice that they're hearing. This is the prophecy.
I am of the view, you see?
Go ahead.
that inspired men to write the Bible, right? Because the Bible, the manner in which the Bible is written, right? No ordinary mind, no ordinary intellect could have put these words together to say what it has said. So therefore, if inspired men have wrote the Bible, right, then it means that for one to understand it, they have to also be inspired. Wrong or right?
Correct. Well, they don't know. They gotta be the Son, because the Bible say the only person that can understand the Bible is the Son. So I agree with you in a way, but you don't have to. You can't be inspired to understand the Bible. You can be inspired to see the Son, but you can't be inspired to understand.
When the Bible says there's a scripture that says I think it's 1 John chapter 2. He said 1 John chapter 2 and some verses, I think it's around the 27 verse, it says, needless that no man teach you, for the same anointing which is in you is able to teach you all things. Right? And there is another scripture in the same place in John. I think it's 1 John 3, same way. He said, no, we are the sons of God, but it does not yet appear what we shall be. But we know that when he shall appear, we shall be like him. So therefore, it means that if we become sons of God, God is going to enlighten us, his sons,
but brother,
to have that kind of an understanding of the Bible, so that we can be able to know him.
Hey, no, but strength. The last scripture you made, it say when he appear, these things will happen. See, you can't leave that part out, because have Christ appeared to us for those things to happen to us? You see what I'm saying? So you can't leave that. See, because Christ is the living vessel among you. Religion has taught us for Christ to be in the sky. No, Christ is just the anointed one to give the sons of God these things. This will be the order of God. Like Abraham. Where did Abraham get his bread and wine from in Genesis? Melchizedek. Melchizedek wasn't in the sky when Abraham got the bread and wine. Melchizedek was among him. But first Melchizedek had to destroy the kings. First Abraham had to destroy the kings so he can meet Melchizedek, because he would have just been listening to the kings and not the king of kings. So right now, we are the descendants of Abraham that have to receive the bread and wine from who? The Melchizedek, the one that God has placed the law and order in to give to the sons of God. So you can be in order. This is what's actually happening. But we put in the book. The book is our Christ. And that's why I went back earlier. What did Adam do? He ate from the forbidden tree. The Bible is forbidden for you to eat from. What the Bible tell you to eat from? The lamb. Where's the lamb? Nobody knows. So you don't have the correct food when it comes to God. So your food for thought is not correct.
The lamb is Christ himself. Because remember when
strength. I don't mean to cut you off, but bro, I don't want you to go into a tantrum. I'm finna give you the mic back. But I know who the lamb is. And you're supposed to eat from the lamb. But you got the book. That's all I'm telling you. I know who the lamb is. So if you ain't got Christ and you ain't eating from him, you eating from the forbidden tree. This is what I'm trying to reveal to you.
Explain me personally eating from the forbidden tree.
Because, brother man, you're not eating from the lamb. The lamb is flesh and blood. Christ say, eat my flesh and drink my blood. Because No, because Christ's information come from his flesh and blood. This is where Christ's information come from. His flesh and blood. Christ's information don't come from a book.
So what is the purpose of the book then?
The book is just God's will. That means right now, we all know Christ coming back, but we all not waiting for Christ. We all doing our own work. We all leaning to our own understandings. The book don't tell you that. The book don't instruct you that. But see, man told you that part. Man gave you all the false doctrine that go with a few scriptures in the Bible. Because what man has told us don't really go with the Bible. That's why a lot of people are against man right now. Because man have lied about the book. But we can't see the whole totality of the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is to let every man be a liar. So the book is true. The book is not lying. It's man that's lying on the book. So we pick up the book and we confused about it. You see what I'm saying? But we were supposed to what? Wait on the Lord. The book tell us this. So why are we not waiting? We going to church, we praying, we teaching, we doing everything but what? Waiting.
But
So
the book instruct us to do all these things.
no. Christ gonna instruct you to go out. No disciple had a book. No disciple, no prophet had a book, and the book told them to go out and teach. Nobody in the Bible had a Bible.
So what about the scroll?
Nobody had. The priest only had the scrolls, and every priest didn't even have the scroll. It was a hierarchy for the priest to even. All priests didn't have the scrolls. So this book have been given to us by our oppressors because they have deceived us about it. Again, I'm not saying the Bible is false. The people that gave us the Bible lied about it. The people that teach us about it is lying about it. That's what we have to understand. And that's why the book that you read, which give you the basics, says what? Let every man be a liar. We don't keep that scripture. So Christ ain't told you nothing. You ain't heard his voice. The Bible say, my sheep hear my voice. These are basic instructions that we skip over because of the darkness we in and the lie that we have been told. So we supposed to follow Christ by his voice. That's what the book say. But when I go to pastor, man, you heard Christ speak? Well, no, when he cracked the sky, he gonna come back with a trumpet. Well, pastor, I can't listen to you, pastor. Because you want me to follow Christ. You ain't following Christ because you ain't heard his voice. You following the book that you read and study, and another man made you go to school and gave you a curriculum. See what I'm saying? So this is the darkness that Moses talked about. It was darkness over the waters. It's darkness right now. It's still darkness. So we have to follow the basic instructions, and the basic was to eat from the lamb. This Bible right here, this is not the lamb. It's the will of God. The Bible is the will, but it's not the lamb. I want people to understand this. This is not the lamb. It's just God's will, and God's will must be done. So we don't have to study this. We got to do this. That's two different things.
Perfectly right. No. And that's exactly what I am saying. If because I'm listening to you and I am trying to put together in my mind where you're really going with it, because I read the Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
I read it from Genesis to Revelation. And I take note that there are two different testaments of the Bible, right? You have the Old Testament and the New Testament. My understanding that I gather from both of them is that the Old Testament is a practically demonstrated book, while the New Testament is a spiritually discerned book. natural understanding, with his natural wisdom that is given to him according to nature, to really understand, especially a lot of people, especially people that are called pastors today, right? A lot of pastors. What I'm realizing is that every church or organization, whether they want to be Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Rastafarian, it does not matter which kind of a religious body one becomes a part of. They all put a different spin to the word of God, which is the Bible.
Correct.
So, and many people out there now are confused now, because I am going here am I now, speaking to the people, directing the people, giving them the understanding and the knowledge of the book, in which I can guide them to Christ, and Christ guide them to God. Because the Bible says is that no one can go to God except through me, which is through Christ, right? And when I listen to all manner of people across religious bodies, I realize that the people that are looking on and listening are pretty much confused, because you say you're coming with truth. I say I am coming with truth. The Rastaman say he's coming with truth. The Muslims say he's coming with truth. Who is coming with truth?
Okay, well, this gonna settle the score. And I get you, but this is settle the score, brother man. Where's the lamb that any Rastafarian ate from, that any pastor ate from? So the Bible is correct. Let every man be a liar. See, the Bible correct. Man is not. So nobody's coming with the truth because nobody has eaten from the lamb. These are the basic instructions that come from the book that we done studied so long. So how can we reject that we supposed to eat from the lamb? We can't reject that. Now, I can read in the scripture what Daniel sealed up the book until the last days. So how are we reading and teaching from a book that's sealed? Every man is a liar. And see, that settles the score for all institutions of religious practices. You know, and that's the gospel that's going to make the end come. Because now it's finna be the end of all religious practices. And everybody going to know the one truth.
May I bring across another point here? No, God has formed a people or chosen a people, right? And placed his name among that people. And that people is called Israel, the Israelites, right?
Well, no, well, God took his name. God took his name from Israel, and God is going to bring it back with Christ.
What I am getting at is the fact that God put his name, God didn't want a nation for himself. So he called Abraham out of a particular nation, out of Ur of the Chaldees, right? And then he promised Abraham that he's going to make his seed as numberless as the sand that is seashore, right? Along the corridor of time, in the process of time, here comes Jacob, right? And then Jacob got a dream, yeah, and he saw a ladder from heaven to earth by his head, and there were angels ascending and descending on it.
Well, yeah, brother, man, you know, we all know the story, man. These are parables. That's why I went back to the Adam story. We think the Adam and Eve story is the beginning of time. No, it's the beginning of God's new creation. So the Jacob story and the 12 tribe story and the Israel story is an end time prophecy. These are not events and stories that happened in the past. We are the Jacobs. We are the Abraham. We is Israel. So when we take these stories, and that's why I told you earlier, nobody is worthy to go inside the book. It was sealed until the last days. And who is going to speak in the last days? According to the basic instructions, the Son of God is going to be speaking in the last days. But we're reading a book talking about the Son of God already spoke when we didn't even hear him speak. So we just out in the earth spreading false testimonies about something we ain't heard, we ain't seen it, but we read it and we imagine it. Now, what do the basic instructions talk about imaginations? Get rid of your vain imaginations. And that's why we are in Babylon. Everybody is speaking what they imagine. That's why the Rasta man come forth and say, I got the truth, because my imagination is truth. Then the Christian man say, no, I got the truth. My imagination is truth. Then the Muslim man, my imagination is truth. And it's just imaginations. Because nobody ain't seen nothing. And the Bible called people like that false prophets. You are a false prophet if you teaching about something you have not seen. This is in the Bible. So when you speak this kind of foundation, it's the end. Once the gospel is preached, the end will come. I'm just telling you what's here, brother, man. This is the gospel. So it's the end of all religions at this time.
You see, as I made a video where I make mention or talk about these religious bodies that go to church every day, all right, whichever day they want to go to church, and they don't really understand the book, you know. Many people don't really understand the book.
Nobody does. Nobody does.
And people might be saying that I am condemning. I am not here to condemn anybody. A person is condemned based upon the knowledge based upon what he earned from the book. Right? If a person read the book and interpret the book in the manner in which he does, it is either that person is going to be condemned by his interpretation or be justified by his interpretation. Right? So what you are actually doing as a teacher, right? I've always said this. Revelation is man's final teacher. If the thing is not revealed to you, you don't learn it yet. So even though you may be a teacher, what you are doing is actually helping somebody to earn the final teaching, which is revelation. Right? And that final teaching can go against what you teach. It's so funny. But you're just a guy, you know. You're just a messenger. Right? But I can't stand here to say that you are a righteous messenger. I can't say that. You understand me? I might be jumping the gun.
Correct.
And I will not say that you're a false messenger either. All I have to do is listen to you and try to obtain the truth from what you are saying and be guided to the teacher, which is called revelation, so that when God revealed himself to me now, it was not you that teach me, but you are the one that guides me to obtain that level of teaching.
Well, it's like lead you to waters where you never thirst again. It's like lead you to waters. Huh?
Let me give an example before you speak. We're going to school, right? And you say you have a maths teacher. And the maths teacher give you a formula to work out the maths. Right? Now, one student will get it immediately. But then you have a student now, you take him today and you show him, you take him tomorrow, you show him the other day and you keep on showing him, he'll never get it. But one day, that same student might be in the library to him, and it bring back remembrance of the teaching that the teacher was teaching him, and then he get the revelation of the teaching.
Oh
So
yeah.
I see teacher as a guide, as a source to get the ultimate revelation of the book. So when I am here, and when I'm teaching people, I let them know that I am only helping you to get the revelation of the book. That's all I'm doing. You understand me? Some will get it. As I teach people, and I said, there are three different type of hearers. Three different type of hearers in the audience. The readily understood, the one who will understand, and the one who will not understand.
Correct.
You will always have that kind of audience. So some will hear you and understand immediately. Some is going to ask a number of questions to get to the reality of what you are saying, and some will never get it.
Oh yeah, that's why we here for the few.
And my beauty.
We definitely not here for the many. We here for the few, man. So
that is always my beauty. That is the part that I enjoy.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I say, man. But like I say, man, we are here to judge the world. We are here to restore, our people back to their rightful position. We are here to restore Africa. And we are judging the Roman Catholic Church. So if anybody want to be a part of that, or you feel that's your calling, or whatever, if you feel in your heart that's your calling, that go. What I'm saying, that go to the website, or we could be reached at. If you also go to the website, we have a petition. These things have also been declared to the Roman Catholic Church. Right now, they are in default judgment because they haven't disclaimed what we have declared. So we have a lot of things on the table for our people rather than trying to teach the Bible. We got a bigger movement because remember, the Bible is God's will. So it has to be done. So what has to be done is the saints must judge the world. Then the kingdom will be given over to them. And that's what we focus on. And that's what we focus on, leading or showing our people what we have to do. And if that's not our focus, we missing the whole picture. So
the Bible is God's will. That's
God's will. Yeah, that's what we are doing. So
it's God's will. That is exactly where I want to live.
Correct. So like I say, man, if you want to be a part of God's will, that's your calling. That's the website we can be reached out to. We definitely appreciate you coming up, sharing your knowledge, man. And like I say, we just here to unify our people for the betterment of the people. But I salute you, brother. Peace.
Always. You can always. All right.
I gave you a follow also, brother. What's going on? Peace, peace.
Hello?
What's going on? You hear me?
Hi, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. I'm good.
Doing great. Yeah, I've been listening to this live for a while now, like a couple hours. You've been making interesting points about how things are these days in terms of religion and establishment. People trying to use the scriptures to figure out the will of God and His plan. I would say that some of them are sincere in their attempt to know the will of God. And as far as I can tell, you spent a lot of time trying to figure out all the issues they were facing, the Greek Catholic Church, and how to turn around things in the last days. All this is interesting because not many people out there are questioning the way the Bible is being used to
churches are good at different levels, they contribute different ways to the good of society in some ways, even though you can say that, yeah, religion has also brought wars and many disagreements. But essentially, I believe that most of church or almost all church contribute for the good. But I personally feel a pain that people, go out there and they create a new church because they got a degree in divinity from some college, or because the government allows them to just go and file some papers and create a new church.
Correct.
I think that's very wrong, really. It's more.
You're going on mute. Maybe you got to call us.
Yeah, that's more the most about reducing the day, because people are trying to just get it clean. They're not paying attention to what even this what the scriptures really saying for them. There are many passages in the New Testament that shows us that you cannot just go out there and just speak in the name of God and do the things of God without still telling you to do so. Like I said, most of the scriptures, a lot of it is scary. It's coded. Even though it's written in pages of a book, they can open a reader, you can use dictionaries and encyclopedias and all of this knowledge and science trying to interpret the Bible and verify the location where things happen, etc. But the fundamental will of God in the pure manner is we must acknowledge that this.
Well, yeah.
It's not easy to perfect what God wants from us. We need to be prayerful, we need to fast, we need to
Well, yeah,
go volunteering.
but yeah, brother man. Yeah, you some I don't know, something is real bad with your mic. I don't know if you covering it with your hand or something is covering your mic, making your speech real bad. But we definitely understand where you're coming from, brother man. Do you have any questions for us? You got your mic?
What's your overall project? I understand that you're trying to turn things around. So maybe you want to talk about your project, the whole thing, how to come to goals that you have in mind in terms of this religious revolution.
It's kind of hard for me. It's very hard for me to make out clear all your words because, like I say, your mic it's muffled. I don't know what's going on with your mic. It is very muffled.
I'm sorry, hold on a second.
But yeah, like I say, I don't know what's wrong with your mic, but I know you had what you said. What's my project?
I was using a headset. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I get you better now, much better.
I'm sorry. I was using a headset here. Was probably not helping much.
Yeah, that's much better.
But you want me to repeat my question, or?
Yeah. Repeat your question. Yeah, repeat your question.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what's your overall goal in terms of this religious revolution. What do you intend to accomplish, and where do you think we are right now in the plan of God? I know we are in the last days, but like you said before, last days can be a vague term, because even the day of the apostles 2,000 years ago, they mentioned last days as well, that they were in the last days. It's kind of figurative term, but really right now it looks like we are really in the last days. So what it is that you're trying to accomplish, and what's the strategy to do that, basically, is my question.
Well, the religious revolution more consists of the truth about God. And when the truth will expose all religions that tell lies. So once we end religion, we can unify under the truth. And that will be the new beginning of world enlightenment, because God is light. Now, the way this light is brought into the world is by God, which is invisible. Just as you're reading the scriptures, you had, I think one time they had Daniel was locked up. and Daniel had to interpret the dream. And he was given the wisdom and knowledge where he interpreted that dream, and he was given status. Well, that's what's going to happen to the children of Israel. The invisible going to give them the knowledge and wisdom to let the world know God is real. So that's the Israel prophecy. And that's why you have the Israelites, because the light that they bring into the world going to show the people and the whole wide world that God is real. So again, this would be the end of all religions, because religions would no longer stand no more. So the division that's in the earth will no longer stand, you know. And again, this will be supported by the throne that's in Ethiopia. This is where the Christ will also reside. And then this will be the image for the worldwide government, which will be the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, which will be the image of God, to bring forth righteousness back into the earth. And that's what's taking place as we speak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this goal, do you think this is possible to happen in before the second coming? Because it seems to me, I am of the view that, you know, the governments, the secular governments, and the power, including these big religions, and the connection they have with the governments, is really something big that, in my view, will only end with the second coming, not much before.
Okay, let me tell you this. It's not the second coming like a thief in the night.
I'm sorry?
It's not the second coming like a thief in the night.
That's true, yeah, sure.
Oh, so the second coming could be here. We just sleep.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. There's a transitional point that we cannot pinpoint where exactly it's going to happen. But what I meant to say is that the moment God created Adam and Eve and, you know, gave them to put them in His world and gave them the power and told them, you know, this is your world. You know, you can dominate it. You can procreate. You can do the things that you want to do. I give you the freedom of choice to do the things that you want to do, but I give you also commandments to follow. By my will, you should do this and that and that. But you can also do bad things if you choose so. And that went on for, you know, generations, and all those dispensations of the gospel with different prophets. It came to the days, for instance, of Samuel, when people of Israel asked for a king they didn't have before. But they told Samuel, no, we want God to give us a king because they didn't say they want God to give them a king. They said they wanted a king just like the other nations. And it was not really the will of God, but he said, okay, he told Samuel, don't worry, they want a king, I'll give them a king. And Saul was called, and then David after him, and so forth. And God did the best to guide them, to orient them.
Well, brother man, I know. Well, brother man, like, we all know the biblical stories. You know, we way past that, and I get where you're going. But the Bible is a sealed book, and this is why we try to share this understanding with people to establish a great foundation. So nobody is worthy to go in that book. Now you can read it, but you can't unseal it. So
to conclude what I was saying, I understand and believe that up to the second coming, this world will be in our hands, and therefore in the hands of government. You know, much evil will be ruling the world and doing things that are not in the will of God. But that's part of the plan. And then with the second coming, when Christ is going to come to reign for 1,000 years during the millennium, then everything will be straightened up and put in its given place, and Satan will be changed. That's where I see it. I understand, that transition you're talking about. It comes like a thief any moment at night or day. Yeah, that's where we need to try to figure out how to tackle it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if he comes like a thief in the night, you won't know unless God then bless you. Because, like you said, We wait on the second coming, but the second coming is like a thief in the night.
Yeah.
So
But
how the second coming is, most people gonna be asleep, and they won't recognize Christ until he's lifted up from the earth. Because it say the same way he left, he gonna return. How did Christ leave? He was lifted up from the earth. He didn't come down from the sky. So
yes.
it's even prophesied in John. When the Son of Man is lifted up, all men will come.
Yes.
It didn't say when he come down and why he got to be lifted up. Because he been in the earth, but the earth been asleep. They've been in darkness. So the Son of Man been taking everything back while everybody's asleep. Now he's going to be lifted up because of what he has taken back. This is why the Son of Man is going to be lifted up. But remember, the coming of the second coming is like a thief in the night. So a lot of people, the world not going to recognize until Christ is lifted up from the earth. But Christ is here walking the earth as we speak. But it's like a thief in the night.
That's true. The scriptures, like in Amos 3:7, it says clearly that certainly God does not do anything unless he tells his plan to the prophets before he does them. Meaning that thief in the night, yes, can happen, but certainly there must be a plan of God going on in the world today to prepare us for second coming, because as the scripture says, otherwise, when he comes, everything will be burned and destroyed, unless there is a genuine church, so to speak, or a plan, or a people of God on earth to receive him. I believe that's going on. It's a matter of trying to understand where it is. So,
What's what I say? Well, how many witnesses you will need to testify that Christ is on earth?
Mm-hmm. But how is he on earth today? In which form? Do you think through, by his own self, or he's speaking like through people, or through an institution like a true church, or how is he on earth today?
He is walking the earth just like he was in the New Testament. We are among the people, but the people are in disbelief. Now, some people see. Some people don't believe. So we got to understand.
Mm-hmm.
So just as we read, that's how it's happening. Hello? Yes, ma'am.
Waiting here for a brother. He received that call. Just a moment. He should be back in a moment.
I'm trying to get some insurance, but I thought that was my agent. So yeah, brother man, I had to step away. Sorry about that.
No problem.
But yeah, man. So it just what topic we was on?
Yeah, we're talking about today. That you said Jesus is already here.
Oh yeah, he's here. Yeah.
But his presence is more like in the second coming event, or you think is here ahead of that event, or how do you say he's here already now?
Well, you gotta understand, like the second coming is not like what we imagine. The second coming is God redeeming the people a second time. The second coming is not about an idol coming back that we imagine. So the world has been deceived right now. You see what I'm saying? So because the world have been deceived, the second coming is like a thief in the night, because we will be in darkness. So right now we can't even see Christ because it's dark. But he here, but we can't see him because of the darkness that we in. That's why most people, that's why I was saying they gonna see Christ when Christ is lifted up. Everybody will see him. Now Christ do have many witnesses. Christ have people that's testifying who he is, but these testimonies are being spoken to people who are in darkness so they can't see.
Yeah. There are many scriptures, they give some clues about the anticipation of this time when, the second coming will happen. One of them is right there on the book of Acts 3, 19 and 20, when Peter was, around the days of Pentecost and all that revolution after Jesus went to heaven. And he did a big prophecy there. He said that basically...
Well, brother man, let me give you a mystery of Pentecost. The pen is costing us, because the pen made you look in the sky. But how you gonna look in the sky if he coming like a thief in the night? You see what I'm saying? So the Pentecost is a particular day. It says when the day of Pentecostal has fully come. But we'll read the book and think what? Pentecostal has already came. We are the generation of Pentecostal. And the pen is keeping us in darkness from seeing Christ. Some people wait for him to crack the sky. Some people wait for him to come on a so-called alien spaceship. You see what I'm saying? Some people wait for the sun to go dark. All these are parables, but they have dark in your mind because the Bible is dark sayings.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, so this is the day of Pentecostal.
But specifically what I'm trying to mention is that Peter said there that that same Jesus that they saw going up to heaven was going to come in a later time. And he said that before that happens, that Jesus must be retained in heaven until the days of restitution of all things that would happen through a prophet that God would call basically in these last days. So he's saying that Jesus must stay in heaven until restitution of all things. That same Jesus that went to heaven should stay there until restitution of all things through a prophet before Jesus comes back. Do you think there's such a prophet, there has been, or there is, or there will be in these last days, a prophet that will basically carry on the work of God in preparation for the way in front of Jesus, just like John the Baptist did? Or do you think that's past already?
What did you say, to John the Baptist?
Yeah, I'm saying Peter is suggesting in that prophecy in Acts 3, 19, 20, that the Jesus that went to heaven was going to stay there, was going to be retained in heaven until the restitution of all things through a prophet, because God was going to call a prophet in the last days to restore all things before Jesus come back. Is that prophet is what I'm trying to see if you can way gone. If that's
Well, no,
already happened, or
no, Jesus is that prophet. Like, but Jesus, heaven is a higher state of mind. So everything has to happen the way God has designed it, so Jesus can be recognized. You know, so it's more. These are parables to showing you how Christ will be recognized at that appointed time. And until that appointed time, only those who are anointed, only those who are blessed by God will see him. And that's kind of what that parable represents.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, like I said in the beginning, I believe that there's some good in all churches. At some level, they help, with social programs. Like here in America, where I live, I'm a big critic of the churches, but they have the social programs that help teenagers here and there and little things. But overall, I think it's a bad thing that people are preaching the word of God without being sent. Just like Hebrews 5:4, Paul says that people need to be called before they can talk in the name of God. And I agree with you mostly, like you're saying, Bible, for instance, is a sealed book, but you see all these pastors out there adding their own interpretation of the Bible, trying to implement it just like nothing, basically. In that point, I agree with you that it's an abomination for people to just take upon themselves to go out there and just start a ministry or pretend that they have answers to all questions, like most of them do. That's all terrible, because the part I find what you're doing fascinating is because you are trying to implement something that is original, that is real, that is contemporary of our days, something that it's not just trying to look in the dark of the scriptures. And I think that's somewhere around there that the truth is, because we cannot just start talking in the name of God, pretending to represent Him and His plan just because we have good intentions or good energy, because to receive the authority of God to do His work is a real thing, it's a real event to me. It's not just having a dream or a feeling that we must do His work. I think everyone receives inspiration from God at a certain level. All of us, of course, that's how we convert. We need to be enlightened by the light of Christ. But just like Paul, for instance, when he had the vision on the way to Damascus, he had, seen the light and spoken with the Lord, and he told him all those things. But if you pay attention, he didn't have any power. He was told to go and speak with the disciples and the apostles, and eventually he was baptized, and then gradually received the priesthood and became an apostle, etc. It takes some time, and it's a real process. But these days, we see all these people just trying to imitate what's written in the Bible. Therefore, their work is not real, because if the true church is on earth today, whatever that true church is doing, is scriptures too. It's just like in the Bible. I think you mentioned something related to this before. So if you're really doing the work of God, there's value of scripture as the Bible is. And this is what people don't realize. They say that there's no authority, no power anymore today, that there's no more revelation. They have to refer to the Bible for all knowledge, including they talk about the authority of the Bible, as if the Bible is going to give them any authority.
Well, yeah, man,
No authority. The Bible.
Oh, yeah, and that's why I say the truth is going. The gospel is going to put an end to all the false teaching and false solutions that we try to follow that we think that's going to benefit us. That's what the gospel is for, and that's why I say the end won't come until the gospel is preached. So we know all religion is all over the world. So we know religion can't be the gospel. And that's why when you talk about the devil, it's good in the devil. The devil is an angel. That's how the devil has deceived so many people, because of the good that it has, but God is all good. God ain't sometimes. That's why God said He don't deal with people in the middle. You can't be lukewarm. You gotta be one way or the other. You know, so when it comes to having a little right, that don't make you right. And I'm pretty sure I think you agree with that. So and that's why I say, man, we really just sharing the gospel, uniting people to this mission and what it takes to judge the world. And that's gonna fix all problems. It's a lot of times we spend too much time in social media talking about the problem than actually talking about the solutions and what it's gonna take to solve the problem. And that's kind of that's kind of, you know, where everything that we do is really surrounded around that. And I think we bump heads with a lot of people because they're not even looking for the solution. They just want to talk about the problems. You know, and that
talk about the problem.
yeah, they're not ready for the solution. So we have put the solution together. We have a petition to judge the Roman Catholic Church and return the Ethiopian treasures, the artifacts, the manuscripts. All this stuff must be returned back to its original place. The throne of David is also in Ethiopia. Christ sits on the throne of David. Christ is of the seed of David. So these things most people don't even know about when they talk about the Bible. And if you don't know these things, this is what's throwing the Bible off. Because give me some bread. What's throwing the Bible off is Christ comes to restore the throne of David. Christ don't come to set up churches and read the book. So Christ actually come to restore something that's in the earth. But everybody that talk about the Bible, they don't talk about David's throne. You know?
It makes sense, yeah. It makes sense.
See what I'm saying? So that's the...
But this, when it comes to the Catholic Church, and how do you figure they got away with all this stuff for all this time? I mean, they did all these things
because the people...
collusion with the governments of the world. They you know, embolden themselves so much, coming to where we are today. How do you think this deconstruction is going to happen? Where are we in terms of that?
Well, the thing about it is they already know. We the people don't know. So as long as we the people don't know, they continue to have power. But they did these things because the people of God did God wrong. They didn't follow God's ways. That's what the whole Bible about. They broke God's commandments. They didn't listen to God's prophets. You know. So all the power was given over to another nation who was meant to destroy these people because they was going against God. That's the Bible stories. You know, that's the whole thing about the Torah. They're rejecting God and God scattering them all over the four corners of the earth because they rejected God. So everything that we see is because God wanted it this way. Because of our actions. So now we are the righteous generation that's coming back to God to remove the curse from the whole earth. It's a curse on the earth right now.
But what happened there with the Church of Ethiopia there? Can you give a brief summary of what happened? So basically the Catholic Church took over there. There was a religion in Ethiopia that was discontinued, or what happened?
In 1868, the Roman Catholic Church invaded Ethiopia. They took tons of manuscripts, tons of biblical scrolls, original biblical scrolls. They killed, well, they say he killed himself, but they killed the King of Kings, the one that was in the majesty of God. You know, so for one man, they gathered over 600,000 men, 300,000 men to take down one emperor.
Yeah.
So you know how important this emperor was. You know, and when they took him down, they also took a lot of gold, a lot of artifacts, a lot of manuscripts. And this what gave them power and control over the world, because now they had these scrolls that held very dear to people's psychological thoughts. So from these scrolls, they created Hollywood. They created movies. You know, every movie we watch is tied to the Bible. But who controlled the industry of media? The Roman Catholic Church. So, but why do they have this power? Because so they have these ancient scrolls, they have these visions that most of the world didn't have. So when they brought information forth, they succeeded above everybody else's information. You know, like I say, this is what gave them power, and the Pope and all this, the royal family, because they took from the royal people. You know, and so this is what caused them to have their power and sit in these seats and do the things they did. You know, so they the ones that, yeah, they the ones that actually took over the throne of David.
Man, definitely. You know, I was born, you know, a Catholic. That my family was my whole family was Catholic, and by myself, when about 15 to 18 years old, I realized that something is really wrong with that church. Even though most of my family is still Catholic today, I have to break away. Basically, I had to find my way to deal with spirituality, different ways. But definitely, they really did terrible things, like all over, wherever they went. I mean, just the fact to just trying to impose religion on people by force is already wrong. Right there, you can tell that church cannot be a true church just by forcing people to believe in whatever they're teaching. That's not the plan of God. You know, just like when I mentioned about, the story for when Saul was called as the first king, it was not the will of God, but he allowed that to happen. But Catholic Church, they did all these concordatas, these agreements with governments. Still today, in the whole world, they sign papers like every 5 years, 10 years, whatever. They call the concordata, the agreements that governments give them land, give them money from the government budgets to fix churches, to do whatever. That's very wrong, because if you think about it, government should be separated from things of God, clearly. And when you use the money of government, which is the money of the people, of everybody, including people that don't believe in God, they pay taxes, you use their money to go benefit one church, that's right there you can tell there's something very wrong with the Catholic Church. That's something...
Well, you gotta understand, government... But government is dealing with mind. So, God is the government. But they using God to create a false government. You see what I'm saying? So right now, God is because Christ comes with the government on his shoulders. That's what the prophet Isaiah said. So God and government go together because our mind should be governed by God. It shouldn't be governed by the force and the will of man. That's what we're being governed by now. We're being governed by the force and the will of man. You know, so that's what's really confusing us. But
that's
but man,
it's a huge
I got
a huge problem, and I mean, I appreciate your time and everything you're doing. I pray that you will keep on having strength and willing to move on the right direction, to dig deep into all this whole situation we're going through. I don't want to call it a mess, but it basically is
it's a mess.
Really is this.
It's a mess
in this really last days, and I hope you be blessed. I'll look more into this, what happened there in Ethiopia, which is basically the repetition, because I'm originally from Africa. I live in America for more than 2 decades, but I'm originally from Africa. I know what they did over there too, and here, everywhere. And now we see people going in the streets everywhere, apologizing for this and for that, and for abusing the indigenous people, for the priests' abuse of children, they have so much to apologize for. I don't know how many centuries they're going to need to apologize for the things they did, but they're still doing it today. They're still teaching false doctrine, the way they pray, the rosary and Mary and all these things that they create to confuse people, like you said.
Well, yeah, brother.
It's a continuous mess. Yeah.
If you want to know more, hopefully, get this book right here. I don't know if you can see it. You can see it?
The Siege of
Magdala.
Is it like on Amazon?
Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's on Amazon. And see, Magdala. And see, this is the story I was talking about the emperor. It says the British Empire against the emperor of Ethiopia. Now the British Empire consists of multiple nations. So multiple nations came against this one emperor. And this is historical facts that nobody teach about. Right now, this same man who they was against, he have a statue in Ethiopia in all gold, labeled King of Kings and Lord of Lords. The only person I know King of Kings and Lord of Lords is Christ. So why do this man have a gold statue that nobody talks about? And it's labeled King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Some strange about that.
Yeah, for sure. I'll look into that book. Basically, I consider myself a researcher. Right now, I'm working on something that is going to become a book in the near future. I want to, put the facts as much straight as they're available. I will look into this, and
okay.
God bless you and all the people that are in this life, and give you strength to keep looking, keep digging, keep exposed to the whole situation as much as possible. I know it's a big undertaking. You need to, to go step by step, and I wish you can be successful in what you're doing.
All right, brother, man. Appreciate you.
All right, take care.
All right, salute.
Bye.
Yeah, because he was the Christ. Christ is the anointed vessel. That's what Christ is. The anointed vessel of God. He was anointed of his time. He rose to power, not because his father was a king. Let me see what everything wants. I don't know if he made a mistake or he just wanted to say something. He's been in the queue for a long time. Cool K. Who is Cool K? Don't we talk to him yesterday? I think I remember him. I think he might have been talking to Zamar. Oh yeah. So, I guess what I do now, y'all. Guess what, y'all? I think we done gave y'all enough food for the day, man. I don't know what more y'all want, man. For real, I really don't. Like, I don't know. All the tables turned over. Shit, the buffet open 7 days a week. What more y'all want? Y'all just want magic tricks, huh? I gotta pull a rabbit out the hat. And come on, y'all. That ain't gonna never happen. The rabbit in the hat trick, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen, y'all. But a way will be made. And the way has been made. We showing you the way. But you know about that giant, y'all? They were scared of that giant, y'all. Let's read it. Let me show you how Israel didn't want to fight the giant. And then they told David, get your little skinny, go sit down somewhere. Go sit your ass down somewhere, David. You can't beat the giant. That's what they told David. You're too young, David. But they ain't want to go fight the giant. So nobody want to go judge the Roman Catholic Church right now. But I say, hey, I do it. And what all my brothers and sisters did. They mean mugged me. They did the same thing to David, y'all. So let's read if you don't believe me, y'all. What is that? That's in 1 Kings. Look up that verse for me with David. Damn, I'm talking noise. I think is it 2 Samuel? Hold up, y'all. Let me get my thoughts together. I was talking to noise. It's in 2 Samuel, y'all. Hold that door, man. Then David returned and blessed the household of Michael. We in 2 Samuel, y'all. Let me find what David. Oh, it's in 1 Samuel. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in 1 Samuel 20. This is where we at, y'all. We're in 1 Samuel 20. Is it 20? Man, where's the David and Goliath story, y'all? Is it 20? It might not be. Because it's not. It's 1 Samuel 17? I was a little ahead of myself. So we're in 1 Samuel 17. Yeah, the Palestinian. So let's start at verse 1. Because right now, we finna read because we gonna do some videos on this, y'all. So take notes. Let's talk about the David and Goliath story. I'm just finna read this chapter a little bit. And y'all want y'all to walk with me. So if you got your Bibles, turn to 1 Samuel 17. And then after this, if y'all still on here, we might open up a panel. But because I'm really tired of talking to y'all. I'm not lying, y'all. Boy, y'all. It's more. We gotta be in the doing, y'all. When people come up here and just take my information and then go cast lots. That's why they come up here and question me. They know who I am. So they question me and get my information because they can give two shits about what's going on. All they became is lovers of themselves. So they'll get the truth and go cast lots with it. So people will love them for telling them information. You know how people love you for saying stuff. See, I don't want no praise from a man. I don't want no praise from a woman. All my praise come from God. That's why I won't sugarcoat it. I humble myself, but I won't sugarcoat it. Oh, I can't put no sugar on it, y'all. So when 1 Samuel 17, it say, now the Palestinians gathered together their armies to battle, and were gathered together at Shokar, which belonged to Judah, and pitched between Shokar and Azaziah and Ephesians and Ephraim. So they was in Judah territory. What Judah was doing? Judah was like a little lion. It says, and Saul and the men of Israel were gathered together and pitched by the valley of Ephah and set their battle in array against the Palestinians. And the Palestinians stood on the mountain on the one side, and Israel stood on the mountain on the other side. And there was a valley between them. And there went out a champion out of the camp of the Palestinians named Goliath. So what was Goliath? The champion. Now you know with somebody a champion already got, like if you playing basketball, the champion already got 20 points. Before the game start, the champion already put 20 points because of the fear the champion put in the people. So Goliath had many people in Israel in fear. So it says, and I'm in verse 4, 17 and 4, 1 Samuel. And there went out a champion out of the camp of the Palestinians named Goliath of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and in span. So there was somebody of what? Higher stature. I told somebody, man, I'm going to holler at the Pope. Because the Pope is the highest seat. So the Pope right now would be what? 6 cubits and a span. He would be somebody of higher stature. Well, any word like me ain't got no business talking to. You ever seen the Pope take orders for somebody with tattoos? Well, God doing a new thing. So guess what might happen? That just might happen. But let's just keep reading. Because David is defeating Goliath. So it says, and he had a helmet of brass upon his head. And he was arrayed in a coat of mail, and the weight of his coat was 5,000 shekels of brass. Man, he had a heavy coat on, huh? It says, and he was grievous of brass upon his legs, and a target of brass between his shoulders, and a staff of his spear was as a weaver's beam, and his spear head weighed 600 shekels of iron. One bearing the shield went before him, and he stood and cried unto the armies of Israel, and said unto them, why are you come out to set your battle in array? Am I not I a Palestinian, and ye servants of Saul? Choose you a man for you, and let him come down to me. And if he is able to fight me and to kill me, then we will be your servants. But if I prevail against him and kill him, then ye shall be our servants and serve us. And the Palestinians said, defy the armies of Israel this day. Give me a man that we may fight together. When Saul and all of Israel heard those words of the Palestinians, they were dismayed and greatly afraid. Let me read that again. When Saul and all of Israel heard those words of the Palestinians, they were dismayed and greatly afraid. Now, are we afraid of the Roman Catholic Church? They gonna kill you. You can't go up there. You ain't got no guns. So, are we not in dismay of the Roman Catholic Church? Because we don't feel we have the power. So, the kings, our people who are our leaders, they ain't going to the Roman Catholic Church. They ain't going to tell the Pope you can't do. Now, they might talk about the Pope behind a microphone, but they ain't going to go to the Pope. Well, let's just keep going. Now, David was the son of an Ephraite of Bethlehem of Judah, whose name was Jesse. And he had 8 sons. And the man went amongst men for an old man in the days of Saul. So David had brothers, but everybody wasn't David. Let me clear my throat and say that. David had brothers, but everybody wasn't David. It was a separation going on. So let's just keep, and then it's also going to reveal why everybody wasn't David. So it says, and the 3 eldest sons of Jesse, David's older brothers, went and followed Saul to the battle. Now Saul was afraid. So where did David's older brothers go? They went and worshiped the people that was afraid of the giant. They didn't walk with David. They went to the king that was afraid. So they went to church. They went to the Hebrew camps. They went to the book. They didn't go confront the Palestinians. But they joined the army. But key word, they did not confront the Palestinians. Pay attention. That's why they wasn't David. So I'm going to read again. I'm in 1 Samuel 17 and 13. It says, and the 3 eldest sons of Jesse went and followed Saul to the battle. And the names of his sons that went to the battle were Eliab, the firstborn, and next unto him Arabiah, and the third Shammah. I'm chopping these words up, y'all. Verse 14. And David was the youngest of the 3 elders followed Saul. But David went and returned from Saul to feed his father's sheep at Bethlehem. Oh, at Bethlehem, huh? Don't that sound familiar? Bethlehem? That's what God had. So where did David go? He didn't go and follow his own flesh. He went to go feed the Father's sheep. You get it? So what is David right here? David sounds like he a shepherd. If you didn't catch it. So it say, and the Palestinian drew near morning and evening, and present himself 40 years. I don't even know how to tell y'all about the 40 years, because I don't want to throw you off of what's but 40, 400. Bless those got the ears to hear. So it says, and Jesse said unto David, his son, take now for thy brother an ephah of his parched corn, and these 10 loaves, and run to the camp of thy brethren. So who is sending David to thy brethren? His father. Who's sending David to his brethren? His father. So it say, and carry these 10 cheeses unto the captain of their 1,000, and look how thy brethren fare, and take their plea. Now Saul and they and all men of Israel were in the valley of Ephah, fighting with the Palestinians, arguing, fussing. And David arose early in the morning. Evening and morning, huh? David got up early, right? And left the sheep with a keeper, and took and went as Jesse had commanded him. And he came to the trench as the host was going forth to fight, and shouted for the battle. For Israel and the Palestinians had put the battle in array, army against army. And David left his carriage and his hand of the keeper of the cargage, and ran into the army, and came to salute his brethren. And as he talked with them, behold, there came up the champion, the Palestinian of Gath, Goliath by name, out of the armies of the Palestinians, and spake according to the same words, and David heard him. And all the men of Israel, when they saw the man, fled from him, and were so afraid. I'm going to read verse 24 again. And all the men of Israel, when they saw the man, fled from him, and were so afraid. And the men of Israel said, have you seen this man that come up? Surely to defy Israel is he come up. And it shall be that the man who killeth him, the king shall enrich him with great riches, and I will give him his daughter, and make his father's house free in Israel. So David finna what? Set Israel free. Because without the Palestinian being killed, Israel was going to have to be a servant to who? The Palestinians. So it says, and David spake to the men that stood by him, saying, what shall be done to the men that killeth the Palestinian, and take away the reproach from Israel? So even destroying the giant took away the reproach from Israel. But key word, without the giant being destroyed, the what? The reproach could not be taken away. So it says, for who is this uncircumcised Palestinian, that he should defy the armies of the living God? And the people answered him after this manner, saying, so shall it be done to the man that killeth him. And Eliab, his eldest brother, heard when he spake unto the men. And Eliab's anger kindled against David. Why was David, oldest brother, mad at David when David is coming to help the army. Remember I told you we were some wild animals? Man, David brother wild right here, man. This wild, y'all. If you don't see the wild nature in David, eldest brother, he say when he heard David talking to the people, he got mad. What was David doing? What was David doing to piss his older brother off? Telling the truth. Y'all don't see this? Y'all don't see this going on? So I'm going to read verse 28 again. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 28. And Elias, his eldest brother, heard when he spake unto the men. And Elias' anger kindled against David. And he said, why camest thou down hither? Why you come down here? What you down here for? And with whom hast thou left those few sheep in the wilderness? I know thy pride. See, they thought David had pride. David had too much pride with him, huh? That's what it looked into the eyes of who? Not a blessed man. And the haughtiness of thy heart, for thou art come down that thou mightest see the battle. And David said, what now have I done? Is there not a cause? And he returned from him toward another, and spake after the same manner. And the people answered him again after the former manner. Damn, this chapter long. I forgot. God, dog, I put myself in a loop. Oh man, I'm gonna have to skip some of this, y'all. So it says, and when the words were heard which David spake, they rehearsed them before Saul, and he sent for him. Now check this out, y'all. David was speaking, but wasn't being heard. But then it says in verse 31, and when the words were heard, which David spake, they got what? Sent to the king. And then the king what? Sent for David, which was who? Saul. Now watch what Saul gonna try to do to David. Now remember who sent David? His father. But watch what Saul try to do to David. And David says to Saul, let no man heart fail because of him. Thy servant will go and fight with this Palestinian. So the first thing David said, I'm ready to ride. Let me go fight him. Y'all ran from him. Let me go. You know what they remind me of? Y'all remember Scrappy on Scooby-Doo? You know how Scrappy was, let me at him, let me at him, let me at him. Well, David was just telling his brothers, let me at him. Y'all don't want to fight him. Let me at him. Watch what Saul do. Saul didn't want to fight him. None of David's brothers wanted to fight him. David said, let me go fight him. David didn't say, let me teach you how to fight him. Let me show you how to fight him. No, let me fight him. Watch what Saul do, y'all. I'm going to read verse 32 again. 1 Samuel 17, verse 32. And David said to Saul, let no man's heart fail because of him. Thy servant will go and fight with this Palestinian. David was a servant for the people. What David was doing was serving the people. And Saul said to David, thou art not able to go against this Palestinian, to fight with him, for thou art but a youth, and he a man of war from his youth. So how long the Roman Catholic Church been ruling the world? Some people think for 2,000 years. So by people thinking that, they think the Roman Catholic Church have way more power than just a little N-word right here. I'm just a little N-word from the ghetto with tattoos who just smoke joints And I ain't got no power to go against a dynasty and a nation that's been doing this forever. And that's what he told David. He said, Saul said to David, thou art not able to go against this Palestinian, to fight with him, for thou art but a youth, and he a man of war from his youth. And David said unto Saul, thy servant, keep his father's sheep. And there came a lion and a bear, and took a lamb out of the flock. So David finna talk about what he was doing. Because Saul didn't know what David was doing, but David finna describe him. Look, I got the power. Look what I did. I rescued a lamb from what? The lion and the bear. So it says, and I went out after him, and I smote him, and delivered it out of his mouth. And when he arose against me, I caught him by his beard, and smote him, and slew him. Thy servant slew both the lion and the bear. And this uncircumcised Palestinian shall be as one of them, seeing that he have defiled the armies of the living God. So David said, look, man, I already defeated the lion and the bear. So this Palestinian gonna be just like the lion and the bear. So I'm gonna do him the same way I did everybody else that tried to what? Take the sheep. So David like, man, I'm ready. Let me at him. Saul started saying, man, look, man, you too young. You can't, well, matter of fact, let me teach you. This is what Saul gonna do to David now. Well, let me prepare you. But Saul wouldn't even go fight him himself. But Saul wanted to teach him how to fight. But Saul didn't want to go fight him himself. Ain't that sound like what my brothers and sisters do? Man, see, these is allegorical meanings that get scary. Well, let's keep going, y'all. Man, I got, every time I read, it's like it's getting old. I'm just trying to help y'all see it the best I can, y'all. Like I said, I'm just putting the food on the table. So I'm in verse 37. 1 Samuel 17, verse 37. It says, and David said, moreover, the Lord had to deliver me out of the paw of the lion and out of the paw of the bear. He will deliver me out of the hand of the Palestinian. And Saul said unto David, go, and the Lord be with thee. And Saul armed David with his armor. Look at it. I got age restriction on both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
Look at this, y'all. You ought to take a screenshot. I got an age restriction on both of my panels at the same time. And you don't think these people are messing with our panels. These two different platforms, you both got age restrictions at the same time. Come on now, y'all. This is crazy.
Age restriction.
At the same time. Come on now. So it says, I'm in verse 38. And Saul armed David with his armor. What did Saul, look at the views. What did Saul do? Saul put his armor on David. So Saul tried to teach David how to destroy the Palestinians when David just told him, God had delivered me. God gonna deliver me this time. Saul didn't hear that part, so Saul tried to dress him. So it says, and Saul armed David with his armor and put a helmet of brass upon his head. Also, he armed him with a coat of mail. And David gritted his sword upon his armor, and he essayed to go, for he had not proved it. And David said unto Saul, I cannot go with these clothes. I can't go with this kind of armor, Saul. This ain't what the Father has given me. I'm going to go with what the Father given me. And I'm going to take what you has given me. I'm going to take that off. So David said unto Saul, I cannot go with these, for I have not proved them. And David put them off him. David took that off. I can't roll with that. I can't roll with that. So it says, and he took his staff in his hand and chose 5 smooth stones from the brook and put them in a shepherd's bag, which he had even in the script. And his sling was on his hand, and he drew near the Palestinian. And the Palestinian came and drew near unto David, and the man that bare the shield went before him. And when the Palestinian looked about, he saw David, and he disdained him, for he was but a youth, and ruddy, and of fair countenance. So David was a fair man when he went to the giant. David didn't have a crown on. Wasn't no majesty with David. David didn't look like he was finna beat the giant. It says in verse 42, and when the Palestinian looked about, he saw David. He saw David. He disdained him. Look up that word, disdain. For he was but a youth, and rooted, and of fair countenance. D-I-S. No, D-I-S. It might disdained him. D-I-S-D-A-I-N-D-A.
Considered to be unworthy.
So he considered David to be unworthy. Like, you know how box, this one finna fight? This who we finna play? This who you got? This who the contender is? This man? That's what the Palestinians said about David. He disdained him, for he was but a youth, and ruddy and fair of countenance. And the Palestinians said unto David, I am a dog, that thou didst come to me with sheaves. And the Palestinian cursed David by his gods. And the Palestinians said unto David, come to me, and I will give thy flesh unto the fowls of the air, and to the beasts of the field. Then said David to the Palestinian, thou is coming to me with a sword, and with a spear, and with a shield, but I come to thee in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom thou hast defiled. So David stood with no weapon. What was David's weapon? God. The Palestinian one had a sword, a spear, and a shield. David didn't have that. David had God. It said, this day will the Lord deliver thee unto my hand, and I will smite thee, and take thy head from thee, and I will give thee the carcasses of the hosts of the Palestinians this day, unto the fowls of the air, unto the wild beasts of the earth, and unto all the earth, and all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel. Now, how did the people know God was in Israel? By what David did. So when David did it, everybody knew what? God was real. But before this, people didn't believe God was real until David did these things. This was happening as I speak. It says, and all this assembly shall know that the Lord saved not with the sword and spear. For the battle is the Lord's, and he will give you unto our hands. And it came to pass when the Palestinian arose and came and drew near to meet David, that David hasted and ran toward the army to meet the Palestinian. And David put his hand in his bag and took hence a stone and slanged it, and smote the Palestinian in his forehead. And the stone sunk into his forehead, and he fell upon his face to the earth. So David prevailed over the Palestinian with a sling and with a stone, and smote the Palestinian and slew him. But there was no sword in the hand of David, no weapon. Therefore David ran and stood upon the Palestinian, and took his sword, and drew it out of his sheath thereof, and slew him, and cut off his head wherewith. And when the Palestinians saw their champion was dead, they fled. And the men of Israel and of Judah arose and shouted, and pursued the Palestinians until thou came to the valley, unto the gates of Ekron. And the wounded of the Palestinians fell down by the way of Sharim. even unto Gat, and unto Ekron. And the children of Israel returned from chasing the Palestinians, and they spoiled their tents. And David took the head of the Palestinians and brought it unto Jerusalem, and but he put his armor in his tent. And when Saul saw David go forth, the Palestinian, and he said unto Ambiar, the captain of the host, Ambiar, whose son is this youth. And Ambiar said, as thou soul liveth, O king, I cannot tell. And the king said, inquire those whose son is stripling is. And as David returned from the slaughter of the Palestinians, Ambiar took him and brought him before Saul with the head of the Palestinian in his hand. And Saul said unto him, whose son art thou, thou young man? And David answered, I am the son of thy servant Jesse of Bethlehemite. So I just want to break that parable down to y'all, man, because I can hope y'all see y'all these things are happening now, man. So y'all better take heed to that and clip it, because I read you 48, I'm read you 58 verses. I don't do that. So if y'all want to see some of the saints come up, y'all have a panel, y'all want to come up and ask questions, give me a 1. If not, we'll close it down to the night. But give me a 1 if y'all want a panel, y'all go interact. You can go get some of your teachers, and bring them up so we can have this conversation, so we can share light to the people about why every man is a liar. We are proving to you every man is a liar. We're not just up here trying to tell you every man is a liar because it feels good to us. We're showing you why every man is a liar and why we need to get in order, y'all. You know.
Well, which one you want to do on yours, right? Or because you already got guests up trying to come up.
You gonna try?
Yeah. Can everyone on the Arch Evolution, can you go to Yaju Judah 3 TikTok? We're gonna shut this one down.
Y'all put in the comments. Yaju Judah 3 TikTok.
Go to Yaju Judah 3 on TikTok. You'll have a panel open for y'all. Shutting this one down. Peace, y'all.
What's going on, my brother?
What's up? Peace.
Peace. I'm curious. In the reading,